it's like a the intro and that was really fast adding my glasses. Jesus Christ, I should add these too because this is how I feel. I feel like this. Salutations, everybody. I'm quiet? Why am I quiet? Audio, tomorrow is if you are... I actually don't know if this is a Victoria thing or an Australia thing. Why am I quiet? Am I... Why am I loud? What? I didn't do anything. Hello? 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 Am I normal? I don't know why my mic is weird. I didn't do anything. It sounds better? Okay, I just boosted it by 50%. I don't know how else to solve tech issues. Anyway. Salutations, everybody. Hello. 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 I normally try to wait for my music, my starting music to end, and then I switch over. But I went AFK to get gamer subs. So I missed that time. Whoopsie doodle. Whoopsie doodle. Salutations, everybody. Hello. Hello. How are you? I have a headache, but I'm persevering because I am stronger than my headache. Also, hello, Yomi. Do I have any moderator? My moderator is Yomi. I don't want Yomi to shout out Yomi. I'll shout out Yomi. Snoozy, I'll be listening while I study. You wouldn't happen to know how to solve mechanics of solids questions, do you? Seal. Seal. Final answer. I have no idea. Salutations, everybody. Sherry, thank you so much for the 38 months. I appreciate that very many. Thank you forever. I feel a bit silly today. I have a headache and I don't know why. And I don't think I have pain meds, so I'm just gonna be stronger than my headache. Also, Yomi. You shout me out. Sorry, I have chicken stuck in my teeth. 1 second. It's gross. I have very... This is gonna sound really weird. I have very tight teeth. I know that sounds weird. I know that sounds weird. But it's true. I have very tight teeth. Like, my teeth are really tight together. I don't know how else to explain it. My teeth are very... Like, it's hard for me to floss because they're very together. Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like, it's hard to floss, and when I get something stuck in my teeth, it's like stuck. Except for, I have a little gap. Hi. I have a little gap right here. Let me... I'm gonna show you. How? I'm gonna show you. There. Right there. Right there. You see it? Right there. In my two front teeth. Susie has a mole. I have one on my tummy. Like right. Like how many inches is that? Like 4 inches above my belly button. I also have a mole on my ass. I completely forgot because I can't see it. An incisors gap? The bottom of my teeth. It's like a little... This is really gross. But when I get plaque on my teeth... When I get plaque, it covers it up. So for a couple years between teeth cleanings, I completely forgot I had a tooth gap. And I don't like it because it's kind of like triangle shaped. So I can't help. I have no other way to word this. There's no other way to word this. You're gonna lewd me. This is gonna be perverted. I cannot help it. I don't mean this in a perverted way, but there's no other way to word it. I cannot help but tongue it. I don't mean it like that, but I can't help it. Like my tongue just wants to go in that hole, but not like that. But not like that. But not like that. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. And Yomi is here, so it's even more embarrassing. You have the same thing? Oh. This is getting so sus, but I know exactly what you're talking about. Thank you. Thank you. I actually have a few moles on my face as well, but I don't think anyone at Offkai saw them. I guess beauty mark is the term. But no one saw them at Offkai. I was actually very insecure about them when I was younger, and I wanted to get them removed. And then my brain fully developed. So now I don't really care anymore. If you guys do not mind, I'm gonna add this here, and I'm really sorry, but it's important. It's important. So I'm putting this here. It's not 1,000. It's wrong. This is not a sub goal. Oh, I haven't even done salutations yet. Wait, I should do salutations first. I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm sorry. I'm very nervous. Girl, we saw a lot of things among the SBA girlies. I don't get bothered by what you say. I just feel bad. Wait, okay, 1 second. Let me switch over to YouTube chat. Salutations Nimby, salutations everything, salutations Vampira, salutations Overlord, salutations Russian. I have it Russian. If you would tell me what your name means, I will call you I will stop calling you Russian. But currently I have no idea how to pronounce your name because it is in Russian and I do not speak Russian. The only Russian I know is Suka Blat. Anyway. Yeah. Okay. Let me go say salutations on Twitch. Salutations, Karma. Congrats on first. You really sniped that, didn't you? Karma is a man. Past Snoozy put a Reese's peanut butter cup on my desk, and Past Snoozy forgot about it. So now current Snoozy gets a little treat. Sorry, I completely forgot that I gave myself a treat. Andre? Hello, thank you, Andre. I'm so sorry. Thank you forever. Welcome. Salutations. But yes, salutations, Karma. Congrats on first. Salutations, Sugar Cube. Salutations, Backlash. Salutations, Mario. Salutations, Nobly. Salutations, Spacefish. Salutations, DB. Salutations, Magical. Salutations, Beast. Salutations, T-Dog. Salutations, Rose. Salutations, Clockwork. Salutations, Buddhist? Salutations, Jarn. Salutations, Yvette. Salutations, Jeffrey. Hello, everyone. Hello, hello, hello. I'm so happy that I have my peanut butter cup. Oh, best day ever. Yay. Is this the pro gamer the legend spoke of? Yes. Yes. It's on my shirt. Salutations, Vengeful. Salutations, Capitino. Snoozy time I'm ripping my shirt off. There you go. That was for you. I hope you liked it. Salutations, Basil. Made sure eating the M&Ms from the car seat energy today. What does that mean? I'm just. Yum. I'm normal. I'm normal. Anyway. Are those medical costs money or subs? So this is a donation goal. And I feel very, very bad about it. But I asked in my Discord. And this also took several days for me to even ask. I was thinking about this. I was thinking real hard, but I felt bad. But so after several days of thinking, I was in my Discord and I was like, chat room, I have a serious matter to discuss. And I basically just explained, and I will explain again. Even though this is 100%... Oh, I don't think I have... I think I know the problem. Sorry. I think I know why. I think my chatting screen doesn't have... my stream elements on it. That's why I don't get notifications. Duh. Duh. Okay, 1 second. We'll see if that happens. We'll see if that works. I have no idea. Anyway. Because it's a serious matter. So this is 100% my fault. And I am aware that this is my fault, and this is why I felt bad and I didn't want to do it. But I got a $300 fine because I didn't tap on the bus. My bad, guys. My bad. My bad. And because I had that $300 fucking shrimp.
For our lovely seal and amazing friend. Thank you for being there for me. Love you so much. Blubbies, let's hit the goal.
Yomi, you are so sweet. Thank you so much. Yomi, I love you. I hope we can hang out more. kept wanting to hang out, but I kept only being free when you were asleep. I am getting time zoned. I'm getting time zone diffed. Thank you, Yomi. Thank you for starting. Thank you for starting that. I appreciate that so much. It's very sweet of you. Thank you forever. Thank you. But so basically, yes, I know it's my fault, and that's why I felt bad about doing it. But that $300 fine was very unexpected. I knew I was gonna get a fine. Well, at the very least, I had a feeling I was gonna get a fine, because when you get stopped by a PTV agent, they basically are like, okay, you're gonna get something in the mail, but they don't really tell you what it's gonna be. So I didn't expect it to be $300, and so I paid that, and then I was like, that was the money I needed to use for my medical stuff. And so basically, I will tell you guys exactly what the medical stuff I need as well. I need to get an x-ray on my hands because I have a lot of hand pain, and by a lot I mean every day. Eating is difficult, like eating with utensils is difficult. Washing my face or putting like moisturizer or skincare on with my hands causes them to hurt. Funny enough, the only thing that doesn't cause hand pain is using a mouse and keyboard. Which is why streaming isn't really difficult, but things like washing dishes or stirring food or cooking or like just everyday stuff that should be normal. You did nail art like that, you're a god. Yeah, the nail art, holding the utensils for the nail art was also hard, which is probably why my hands were shaking. Plus the nerves. And so because of that, my general practitioner, my GP, my doctor, she wants me to get an x-ray of my hands to see if the joints are loose, I think is what she said. So she wants me to get an x-ray. She also wants me to get a blood test, specifically a blood test for rheumatology, which is joints and bones and muscles and stuff like that. But I think I might be getting a full panel as well. I'm not entirely sure. And then I also need to get 2 vaccines. I need to get a chickenpox vaccine. I think it's my last chickenpox vaccine. And then I also need to get I can't remember what the other vaccine is for, but it's another vaccine. Cause my parents didn't vaccinate me as a kid. Yay. And then yeah, and so those are the things that I've been ordered to like get done. But I also got sick a couple weeks ago, and I'm used to getting sick. I get sick quite frequently, but ever since I got sick, I tested for COVID, and it was not COVID, but it really felt like COVID because I felt so out of breath. I do have asthma, so I think maybe it's just I don't really know. But my asthma has been really bad. Every time I leave the house, pretty much, I need my inhaler, and I'm a freaking idiot. So most of the times when I leave the house, I don't have my inhaler because I'm a freaking idiot. Working out causes me to need my inhaler. Walking causes me to need my inhaler. Every day I wake up, and I don't know if anyone here has asthma, but I wake up and I'm immediately out of breath. And I just have not been, I have not felt like I've been able to catch my breath for the last like few weeks. I don't know how long ago it was, like 2 or 3 weeks ago. So I wanted to go to the doctor and basically be like, hey, can you like check out my lungs, because there is something wrong with them. They are not performing like they're supposed to. So yeah, so basically that is why the medical costs are there. I was gonna put it off. I was gonna put off my medical stuff until next month. But that's also what I said last month is, oh, I'll get it this month. So I thought, I talked to you guys and everyone basically said, "You stupid idiot baby seal, you just put up the dono goal, and if it gets filled, then there you go." So I did it, and I know it's quite expensive, and I feel very, very bad about it. But like I said, I took a few days to think about it. This was not a thing that I took lightly because I don't like having to rely on you guys to pay bills and stuff, because in my head I should just be able to do it. In my head, I just need to lock in and do it myself. But in this case, I feel like my quality of life has gotten quite bad and it's very difficult. I know chat is part of my income, but it's different when you guys subscribe and I pay my bills through your subscriptions versus me being like, "Hey, grabs you, give me money." It makes me feel bad. Hello, Tinko. I love Tinko6 so much. Aren't you a full-time streamer? Yes, but it's different. It's different. It's different. I didn't explain it how it's different, but it's different in my head. When I use you guys... Whoa. That's not what I meant. When you guys subscribe, it goes into a bigger thing overall. I saw you locked in on Twitter with the sneak pics. Did you guys like the foot pics?
Dono goal isn't breaking our kneecaps for money.
Yeah, but it feels like it. It feels like it. It's very embarrassing. It feels like it. I'd help, but you have to enable super chat. I can't enable super chat. I'm still broke. That's not what I meant. I still am struggling with AdSense. You know what? I'm gonna take out my workbook. Oh, those are the stickers Kit got me. Let me put those back. I'm gonna take out my workbook. Take out my pencil. Okay, I have my workbook. And I have my cinema roll mechanical pencil. Which, by the way, mechanical pencils go fucking crazy. And I'm gonna add fix, add sense, and that will be done for tomorrow. And I will do that tomorrow because Gloomy has a day off work tomorrow because of football. Not American football, but Australian football. Is it different because you don't want to believe that you deserve the support? Because you absolutely deserve the support, even if you're... So did that $50, did you put it towards games or did you put it towards health goals? Since things got a little dire, you made a goal for stuff? I did, and I'm very sorry about it. That $50, I actually haven't bought in a game yet. I wanted to buy Water Park Simulator. I just haven't bought them yet. Alright, hold on, I'm subscribing on Twitch. I have some spare change. You don't have to do that, I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry. No, I just haven't gotten around to buying the game yet. But yes. If you guys have any questions, I will do my best to answer, but I'm very sorry. But, other than that, today we're gonna play Hollow Knight. Doctor appointment isn't on throne yet, but you can still tip. Yeah, so the reason I also... Salutations, Salvage. Salutations, Ken. Salutations, Ika. Salutations, Slithy. Overlord, thank you so much for the tier 1. I appreciate it so much. Sorry, I don't mean to make you uncomfortable. You're just awesome and there's a ton of people who would be happy to help. I do know that. I just feel bad and I can't change that. But thank you very much. The reason I'm doing a dono goal instead of putting it on throne is because throne technically does add costs. I don't know how to explain it. They add their own costs to it. So this way, yeah, they add like taxes and stuff. So this way, all of the money minus like the PayPal fee, obviously, will go towards me. So basically, I just thought it would be easier. And also, it's basically Stream Elements is via PayPal, whereas Throne is via bank. I just thought it would be easiest for you guys to do a dono goal, because I don't know. I hope that makes sense. I hope everyone is okay with it. I'm also trying to learn how to play. No. I'm also trying to learn how to stream on Twitter. Because a lot of people stream on Twitter. They multi-stream to Twitter and they're like, come chat on Twitch and YouTube. And I paid for Twitter Blue. And I don't like it, but I did it. But I didn't do it today because I was just already stressed. But I'm gonna try to do it tomorrow. And hopefully we get to convert Twitter blubbies to the chat. Right? But I'm sorry I gave Elon money. I did not want to. I'm very apologize. Gotta tap into the seal tweet algorithm. I'm trying. I like their tweets a lot. And this isn't why I do it. I don't like the tweets as like a marketing thing. I just like the tweets because I like seals, obviously. But I like the tweets, and every once in a while I'm like, I wonder if they'll see that I like their tweet and be like, no way, a seal VTuber. Salutations, Ben. How are you doing? Your streams make studying more bearable? Oh, that's delightful. I was actually messaging my younger brother because I have a brother that's 2 years younger than me. I have a few brothers, but this is the one I'm talking about. And I asked him earlier, I was like, have you gotten your GED? Because, like me, my brother also didn't go to school. He was like, yeah, why do you ask? And I was like, I'm trying to get mine. My boss is paying for it, but I'm struggling since I didn't leave high school. I left very early. And he said, I think my brother is like crazy smart though. I think he's downplaying how smart he is. But he said that social studies and science is stupid easy. Literally just reading comprehension. You can pass that easily. The door. Yeah, I dressed my brother up. I used my brother as a life-size Barbie doll and I put him in my dresses, and then he didn't want to be put in my dresses, so I accidentally slammed the door on his finger and he had to go to the hospital. But I swear I didn't slam the door. I was just trying to lock him in the closet. I wasn't trying to injure him. I wasn't trying to injure him. I was just trying to lock himself in the closet. He's okay, I promise. He's okay. I think you're smarter than you give yourself credit for. Ah, shucks. That is probably true, but I'm mentally ill. Also, Dot, how are you doing? It's good to see you. So he said, math you should catch up with, but don't get too worried. Learn basic algebra, then learn how to use a calculator, and you can do it with probably less than 10 hours of studying, which does not seem correct. English was my highest score, but it was the most stressful. That's reading comprehension, but it's more adult than the social studies / science reading comprehension. And I said, I feel like math will be my hardest. And he says, yeah, and I stressed about it for 2 days studying, then learned the calculator. I guessed a lot. It got a median score. And I said, I think you're just really smart. Because, like, what do you mean you guessed? What do you mean you guessed? But yeah. No, that's okay, Dot. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. It's always good to see you. But yeah, that's I was talking to him about the GED, so I wish that there was just a way to take a mock test. I know that there is kind of, but it's not exactly the same. But maybe I'll just keep trying to do that and see how I go. Cause I keep thinking, do I really have to learn all this? The answer is yes. But I like to pretend that I can bullshit it. You guys can stay in the closet if you need to. I won't tell. Ow. I just punched my desk on accident. Oopsie. As much as I don't want Dot to leave, I do think I want to start the game just so we're gaming. Just so that we can get into the gaming. Cause oops. Just cause I don't want yeah, I wanna play game. Is that okay? Yeah. I just wanna play game. Oh dude, if there's any questions about Alexander Hamilton, I'm gonna go fucking crazy. Like genuinely. My name is Alexander Hamilton, and there's a million things I haven't done. Just you wait. Just you wait. So, this is what it feels like to match with someone at your level. What the hell is the catch? It's the feeling of freedom of seeing the light. It's been prickling with a key and a kite. You see it, right? The conversation lasted 2 minutes, maybe 3 minutes. Everything we said in total agreement. It's a dream and it's a bit of a dance, a bit of a posture, it's a bit of a stance. He's a bit of a flirt, but I'ma give it a chance. I asked about his family. Did you see his answer? His hands started fidgeting. He looked askance. He's penniless. He's flying by the seat of his pants. Handsome, boy does he know it. Peach fuzz, and he can't even grow it. I want to take him far away from this place, and I turn and see my sister's face, and she is helpless. I can't help myself, I'm sorry. I'm helpless. I'm helpless. Game. Gaming. Susie Hamilton cover? I do have plans. Rap goddess with that speed. Oh, my music's on, isn't it? Hey. Where the fuck am I? Hey, Reaper. Okay, wait. Have fun, love forever. Thank you. You have a good night. 56? Okay, chat room. What the fuck do I do? Can I leave? Yes, okay. I have a test tomorrow. Have a fun stream. Oh my gosh, good luck with your test. I hope it goes well. What the fuck am I doing? Salutations, Hayes. Salutations, human. Salutations, the windbreaker. Salutations, Ben. Sorry I missed it. I'm very apologize. If you guys let me know. Should I just explore? There's some deepness I haven't explored. I can see that. Oh, deepness sucked. There's places over there I haven't explored. There's places there I haven't explored. There's places there. I should probably just go to the places I haven't been yet, right? Somewhat aimless. I'll try to go. Sorry, I keep pressing the wrong button. I'll go to resting grounds. I'll go to resting grounds. We'll see what happens. Oops. Went the wrong way. I remember that night, I just might. Remember that night, I just might. Remember that night, I just might forget that night for the rest of my days. Remember those soldier boys tripping over themselves to our fate. Remember that dream like candlelight, like green leaf, like place. I'll never forget the first time I saw his face. I have never been the same. Intelligent eyes. Hi Snooze, just want to say salutations, hope you have a great stream. I need to hop into bed, enjoy Hollow Knight. I wish I could stay, but I'm very tired. Good night, Hayes. I'm very sorry. I'm sorry that I started stream so late. I wanted to start earlier. But I was waiting to hear back from someone first. So I'm sorry about that. I hope you have a good sleep though. Salutations, Scarlet. I love your streams, huge inspiration. Hey, really high. I'm just a little guy. What am I doing? This is really loud. This is really loud for everyone else. It's so loud. Game is loud. Okay, let me lower it. I don't know why my shit is all fucked up. It's okay, because Gloomy has the day off tomorrow, so I can force him to fix it. I genuinely don't know. Like, I don't know why my mic is quiet today. Hello ZB, how are you doing? Maybe in mother settings? Yeah, I lowered it via... I don't even know what it's called. Via... the volume mixer. I'm doing good, thank you for asking. I appreciate that. How is Miffy doing? Miffy is doing pretty good. Definitely better than she has been doing. I'm very proud of her. What is this? Oh, whoa, what's this? Well, that's stupid. What are you looking for? I am not entirely sure. not entirely sure, but I haven't been over here, so... figure it out. And if I get too lost, karma's got me. Bob! Hello, my little friend. I love you so much. Hello! I didn't know you were here. You okay? Consume Descending Dark. Tap B while holding down to strike the earth with a burst of power. Spells will deplete soul. Replenish soul by striking enemies. I killed them on accident. What did I just get? Whose man was that? Oh. Oh, it does more damage. I see. Let's go sit on a bench so I can see if there are any other ways to go. Let's go to Resting Lounge. Because there's a bench closer by, I think. I'm a freaking liar, as it turns out. Oops. I'm a liar. I killed him. I killed these bitches. Salutations, grandfather. I lied. Like a liar. Like a liar. Okay, there's places over here. Owie. Owie kazowie. Dead forever. Okay, I haven't gone this way. Ooh. Again we meet my short friend. Here at last I feel at peace. Twice I've seen this world, and through my service... Though my service may have stripped the first experience from me, I'm thankful I could witness its beauty again. Hollowness is a vast and wondrous thing. But with as many wonders as it holds, I've seen none quite so as intriguing as you. Ha! My flattery returns only silent stoicism. I like that. I like that very much. Incredible. It's been a final moment with Quirrell. Is he gonna die? This is beautiful. Wow. Can I go in here? Yay. over here. Something's over here. Hello. Gah, what a calm place. It's action I want. Vicious and deadly battle. This serenity is a bore. Wow. Completely different, dude. Completely different, dude. What's over here? Holy shit. How long has this been up here? Oh. I'm a gamer. Wow. Okay. Oh shit, oh shit. Is this speedrunner? Skip that it goes into character. It's holiday fun. Salutations, paladins. Good. I will be lurking. Have a good lurk. Sorry, papanada. Papanada. Are you joking? Are you joking? Are you joking me? Are you joking me? Are you for real? What time zone are you in? I'm in Australia. I just realized I should lower. I realized something. I'm sorry. My overlay is not quite correct. That is my bad. Where is my overlay? Hello? Where's my overlay? What the fuck? Fucking shrimp.
I may be in Seattle, but that doesn't mean you can escape me. Hope this helps counteract the vile evil of the healthcare industry. Lubbers forever. Also check the Discord image channel when you get the chance.
Oh no, what did you do? Thank you so much, Max. That was very sweet of you. Thank you so much. You did not have to do that. And I appreciate it very, very many. Thank you forever. And I will look at the image channel right now. Seal! Oh, beautiful! Oh my god, they're so fucking fat. I love them. Oh my goodness. This is beautiful. I hope you are having the best time in Seattle. I'm sorry my overlay was broken. I hope you guys are having the best. I hope you are having the best time in Seattle. It's very fun there. Oh, they're beautiful. They are fat. Fat isn't bad. They're meant to be fat. It's like when you see a fat cat, you're like, ooh. Ooh. First was I was a Seattle Aquarium. I'd be lying to the ocean mammals. I respect it. Thank you forever. Thank you so much for the donation as well. Thank you guys. I appreciate it. Like I said, I feel quite bad for doing it, so it makes it. I'm in. Yeah. Okay. We went here. Now. Ooh. It's really weird to see the exhibition. Kiki. The up is up there. The up is probably just a shortcut. I think I have a lot of the special things though, so I'm gonna go check over here. The special lady. I know, I'm sorry. I can't. Oh, I just did it again. I can't help it. It would be easier if I had Medicare or something along those lines, but I do not. Salutations, Charm. How are you doing? Forget swear jar. We're getting you an apology jar. Ooh, a door. Ooh, a door. Doors open, you can enter the glade beyond it. Listen closely, and there you may hear the utterings of bugs long gone. I don't ask for much. Let's all help Susie with her tough month. Love for everyone. Susie forever. Oh my gosh. You really do not have to. First and foremost, I don't want anyone to be doing it if they can't afford or anything like that. I've had a thought. If good girls girl goodly, then bad boys boy badly. What about girl boys and boy girls? The bugs within this clade are under my watch. Treat them with respect and remain. But raise your nail and you'll contend with me. Buy my cookies, they're ever so tasty. Beware your mind, little one. Twisted minds breed dark deeds, and mine much more twisted than most. I thought it would be my end, but instead I found this glade, with it a sort of peace. I didn't mean to. 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 I didn't know. I mean. I didn't know that's what that meant. I didn't know that's what that meant. I didn't know that's what that did. Wait. I killed the cookies guy. Is he alive? Wait, will he come back? Nothing happened. Nothing happened. Oh, Max wasn't done, I see. Oh no. I see Max wasn't done. Well, that's gonna go in my room. I did Alt F4. I did Alt F4. That's gonna go, that's for my room. I have this paper lantern that I want to hang up. I have a paper lantern I want to hang up in my room, so that's gonna go. Sleeping forever. Sleep forever. Have a good sleep forever. Thank you forever. Appreciate forever. Why does it give me the option to dream it? Okay, whatever. Oh my god, chat, do you know what's really funny? I'm very forgetful, as you guys may have clued into. And so, so because I'm forgetful, sometimes my throne gifts I forget about. So I think from my birthday, someone got me a Sylvanian family kitchen set for my dollhouse. And it literally came a couple days ago. I have no idea. I think it's because it was from Japan, I think is why it took so long. But it took so long, I completely forgot about it. So when I got a package in the mail, I was like, what the fuck is this? And I opened it and I was like, what? I forgot I ordered this. So shout out to whoever got me the kitchen set. I can't remember because it was a long time ago. I'm really sorry. Okay, now I know not to dream now. Kitchen set. I ordered new gamer subs on the 21st and got it today. Wow, that's crazy fast. You must live near their warehouse or something. Salutations, Blue. It's good to see you again. No, it was a very nice surprise. I won't kill you. I thought I could buy his cookies. Beware your own mind, little one. Twisted mind breeds dark deeds, and mine was more twisted than most. I thought it would be my end, but instead I found this glade with it a sort of peace. I used to help others. They were brought to me sick and dying. What difference did it make? Any victory against death will always be temporary. Shaw, hello, Hornet. Don't fear, little creature. Though a violent rage once possessed me, the peaceful air in this place seems to keep it at bay. This is beautiful. Are you a warrior, little one? A true warrior is one who stands strong in the midst of a storm. I was once obsessed with power, though my time within this glade has shed me of such desire. What folly it was to ever crave such a vicious thing. Oh, gosh. We're always left with the reminders of the errors we've made. Let your mistakes not burden you, but serve as guideposts on where not to travel. Salutations, Tingle. How are you doing? Do you like my nails, little wanderer? I carry only 3, far less than legends may suggest. Still, each is sharper than the last, and I require only one to cut you down. Ooh, moth. Are you admiring my fabulous markings? I'm of a distinguished species, you see, though I've not seen another like me for the longest time. Oh. Reminds me of the story where 2 people are buying gifts to accessorize each other's favorite thing, but each of them sells their favorite things to get gifts for each other. Ooh. I know what you're referring to. Are you enjoying your time in our glade? I'd offer advice, though to have made it here, you're obviously quite adept at navigating our world and its perils. Don't fear my rotting form, though my body sheds and changes, my core remains the same. Give yourself. All of life's problems can be solved with crushing force. Such a simple mantra, and one I've always lived by. If you weren't so scrawny, I suggest you follow my example. Damn. Don't judge me by appearance. Though my stature is small, I bear a dark soul and a tendency to go berserk in battle. Hark, fellow adventurer. Are you heading out into the world? I'd join you, but it's been so long, I'd fear I'd lose my head. I think you did lose your head. Watch out. I've an acidic touch, and I wouldn't want you getting burned. I have a burn on me. I just found out I have a scar on my hand that I thought was from a ladybug biting me, but it's actually from a ladybug burning me with acid. Fun fact. You guys want to see what my nails look like today? Here, I can show you. Here, I'll show you. I'll show. Hello. Look, this is where I got an acid burn. This is where the bit me. This is where I got the ladybug. But then I found out it was actually acid. Rawr. These are my nails. They remind me of fairy wings. You like? You can't see how pretty they are. 1 second. Yeah, there we go. They're shiny as fuck. Yeah. Yeah. A sock-shaped man said I should call you Stinky? Are you referring to my boss? That's quite rude. They've got like a pink... I don't know why they don't focus. Are those pom-poms? Yeah. It's like I'm wearing my hoodie IRL, but it's a bear hoodie. It's a bear hoodie. Girl, get those nail beds filled in. I don't know how to do that. I did them myself. I don't know how to fill them in. It's scary. I'll see you soon, she said. Though that was so long ago. I wonder where she went. I'm gonna kill myself. That's really sad. Do you have a bear hoodie but not a seal hoodie? No. Seals are not an easy thing to find. Unfortunately. Whereas this, I got from JJ's. Ah, a wanderer. I've been many places and done a great many things, but I suspect you will outdo me by far. I've long ceased traveling the caverns of Hollowness, and I suspect that they're now far more dangerous than in my journeys. Though with your capable air, I'm sure you'll do just fine. Flork, we need a seal hoodie. I agree. The Snooty! The Snooty! This sock had monster bazwingas? Who the fuck? Cammy? Good luck. It's a vast world out there. Here in the Midwest, I have 21 nail studios across 4 states. Super gay, super safe. Wow, what the heck? That's crazy. I came from a faraway place to reach... Blah, blah, blah. I came from far away to reach this place. Though my shell may seem foreign, beneath it, I am a bug the same as you. Salutations, Panda. That sounds very nice, James. My mom lives in the Midwest. I'm actually kind of sad because I really want to go see her. I want either her to come here or I want to go see her, but they're both expensive. And I have other things to worry about. Unfortunately, I haven't seen her in like 4 years. Salutations, Jurassic Park. It's good to see you again. Hope you can get to see your mom sometime soon, too. I wish everything didn't cost money. Kinda sucks. Did I get them all? Can you seal it? I can seal it. I can in fact seal it. Can you seal it? Okay. Are the socks too small? Why do all my viewers have big feet? I know, the music here is very nice. They have a big feet, big socks. King's idol. Let me go talk to that lady again. Papanada.
Senga dilisakan.
Papanada. I'm halfway there. Whoa, I'm halfway there. Whoa, living on a prayer. Take my hand, we'll get somewhere. 9.5. Oh, that sucks. Maybe we will do bigger stuff one time. Okay. Where do I go now? If you want to help, I'm sure there's more bosses like the dream guys you found around the map. I just don't know where to go. Explored that area. We've explored maybe this whole area. It seems like there's some stuff in Crystal Peak, but I think that stuff is too high for me to get to. Kingdom's Edge looks filled out. We could go to Queen Station, I guess. I don't know. I guess maybe the problem is I like finding things organically, so it's difficult. But there's places in Green Path that I haven't explored. So I'll go to Green Path. Oh shit. Oh. The resting grounds. Passengers would come here to conduct rituals for those who'd passed on. Not anymore, though. Perhaps the dead conduct their own rituals now? I wish this headache would go away. You joking. Joking. Gotta go up, up, up. Gotta go up, up, up. Hello, Azor. How are you doing? I do love the bubbles. I just wish they didn't hurt so much. Human! Thank you so much for the 5 months. I really appreciate that. Thank you forever. I appreciate that so much. Thank you very much. How's game going? It's good. I'm just trying to figure out where I go. actually, because I have the thing now. This way. Oh my god. Hold on. What's that? Dang it. I was hoping it did something cool. Seal for the seal. This is really freaking annoying. But it's okay. I'm a gamer. I'm a gamer. I'm a gamer. Okay, I see what I have to do. Huh. Oh my god. I just want to see. Can I kill these at all? I have a bench. I have a bench. Thank you. Holy moly. Holy moly. My palms are so sweaty. Mom spaghetti. Oh, a painter. A visitor. Why have you crept in here, little grub? Perhaps like me, you have a taste for discovering new things? I am Shio, and in a previous life, I was a nail master. Yes, the only thing that drove me was becoming stronger and honing my skills with a nail. I imagine it was my one calling in life, but that feeling faded over time. Now I seek a new calling, something that speaks to my soul and compels me forward. That's why I spend my time here, secluded, trying to master the art of creation. Painting, sculpting, these things bring a different kind of pleasure. You don't seem very moved by what I said. Was it Shio the nail master you were looking for, or did you come to learn a nail art? I'll teach you if you insist. Yes. Beautiful! Ooh! Great slash. Hold X to concentrate energy into a nail. Release the button without holding up or down to perform the great slash. So my work doesn't move you. The wielding of the nail, the wielding of the brush, these things are not so different. We cut into the world so that we can peer deeper inside. For now, though, I have nothing more to teach you. Your path forwards, only you can see it. Good luck. Thanks. Ooh. Papanada. Papanada. Yay. Okay. Now what? Now I guess we could do the Queen's Gardens, maybe? Oh, there's an up area we haven't been to, though. Chat, I have to pee. I'm gonna go pee. I will be right back. I hope you understand. Hands washed? Of course. What do you take me for? take me for a gross person that doesn't wash their hands? Nuh-uh-uh. I did wash my hands. I never not wash my hands. With soap, of course. What do you take me for, you guys? Dude, you are pissing me off. Jesus Christ. It's over here. I don't have a map for this area. Where the frick am I? This corner for here? I've been here. What? I hear a grub. Where's the grub? Grub? Grub, my friend, hello, I love you so much. Fuck am I? Carnifer. Howling Cliffs. Carnifer. I really don't like not having a map. It stresses me out. Actually, a Carnifer. Carnifer. Shit. Bozo. Bozo. saw the sign. Opened up my eyes, I saw butterfly. Where the fuck am I? This is beautiful. Holy shit. This is amazing. Wow. Joni's blessing? Acquire half of Hollowness charms. Ah, I see you bear my blessing. I can't remember giving it, but my memory has been a little lacking of late. Just killed that guy. Oops. This is beautiful. Joni's blessing. Blessed by Joni, the kindly heretic, transfigures vital fluids into blue lifeblood. The bearer will have a healthier shell, take more damage, but they will not be able to kill themselves. It's a bit scary. Scary. You little bitch. Okay, well, can I find a bench, maybe? Any benchers? This looks like there should be a bench. Any benchers? That was over on the bench. And I was over on the bench. 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 I am Gorb. Hi, Gorb! Bow, 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 bow to Gorb. The great mind, I am Gorb. Ascend, descend, descend, ascend with Gorb. I am Gorb, the great mind, the pain, ascend, descend. I am... Ooh, I got a lot. Here lies Gorbs, the great mind. I killed that guy. Let's play. Surely there is a bench. I was over on the bench. I was over on the bench. I was over on the bench. Oh, so can I have a bench? How are you doing? Hi, Sleazy. Salutations. I am doing okay. Thank you. Oh. Well, that works. What if we're sleeping? I got a map of every area. Wow. Wow. Okay, well let's go. Let's go to resting grounds. Ah, banana. The resting grounds and talk to the lady because now we have 300 bits. Trinket. Return with 500. Pale ore! Oh, that's delightful. Let's then go to... City of Tears. Salutations, Cyberghoul. How are you doing? Is that the storeroom? I'm doing good, thank you for asking. My head just hurts a little bit. Wrong way. Boop, boop. I fucked up. City of Tears, I think, is still my favorite OST. need a lot of money, I just realized. How much money am I gonna need? Poggers! Nope. Azal, thank you so much for the raid again. How are you doing? Salutations, everybody. My name is Snoozy. I'm Stocks Agency, Silly Sippy Stuff YouTuber. Salutations. I hope you had a good stream. Oh my god. Okay. Let's go. Salutations, Striker. How are you doing? Okay. I have a new merch idea. Snoodles? What's a snoodle? Salutations, Hazel. Thank you so much for the read. Shit. Gamer subs flavor, milky white broth, pink ramen. Ooh, that would be fun actually. That would be really cute. One day, we will get a gamer subs merch drop. I can't really collect things here. Salutations, Drugos. I want to drink Blubber Buddy's Gamer Sub Snoozy flavor. Ah, shucks. I hope one day all of SBA gets a drop. I think that'd be very cool. We just gotta grind. We gotta grind for the view. We gotta grind for this view. I have to clear my head and get back soon. Fountain Square. Let's go see him. It's right here. Oh, what are you doing out here this miserable downpour? Impressive fountain, is it? I'm sure we'd be able to appreciate it more if we're going forth getting drenched. The night up there was an important one. The plaque here mentioned sacrifice, which carries something of an ominous tone. Probably meant some sort of horrible end, though it sounds like the night's goal may have been achieved in the process. All the relics I've collected, I've yet to find a clue as to what it was. We're getting back to the shop soon. If I stay out here too long, I'll get washed into the waterways. Come and visit if you like. If you have relics, I mean, I'm not much for chatter. Ugh. These guys have quite a lot of money. Hey, $2 grand. $2 grand. I make no promises for Snil Gamer Subs flavor. I make 0 promises. Why would I do boba? Those are my eyes. Jesus Christ. Snoozy flavor can be strawberry short stack, but I'm not a short stack. I'm 5'5". It's a Miffy flavor. While Miffy is short enough to be a short stack, I still don't think she's a short stack. Shit. Oh, fuck! Man. Miffy's tummy ulcer is all better. Do not. She is feeling much better. Salutations, Aries. How are you doing? What? I'm gonna need so much money. I'm gonna need so much money. I am doing okay for asking. Got any brownies left? I got a few. Why?
Velmi Artrit.
I ran out of chocolate chip banana muffins though. I need to make some more.
Velmi Artrit.
How did you? It's no duh. I have my heated blanket on. Set up.
Velmi Artrit.
Actually, wait. Am I gonna get all my money?
Warasun Gian. Velmi Artrit.
Allie, hi, love. How are you doing? Salutations. It's good to see you.
Velmi Artrit.
There's my friends. My friends are here.
Velmi Artrit.
I have all the money I need.
Velmi Artrit. Kachail. Lias Velmi Artrit.
Oh, I just needed to sell things. Oh, delightful.
Opal.
Okay.
Helmadilka.
Perfect. Okay, perfect. I am doing the gaming. Chat was like, actually you didn't beat the game, so... It is really cold. I thought it was meant to be spring. I don't know what happened. Hello, Knight. How are you doing? I'm trying to do whatever the fuck chat thinks is beating the game. But I don't really know what that is right now. I didn't get the true ending. Hello, quick question. Hello, H Mama. It's good to see you again. How are you doing? You stupid bitch. Chat, we need to get Snoozy a house that has double glazed window and not rat walls. Oh yeah, there's rats in my walls. I should probably do something about that.
Ranjo Stenja.
Get some rest, Allie. I think you've had a stressful week. You deserve not that. User streaming at 5 a.m. I'm sorry. The rats, the rats, the rats. Where are the rats?
Runjo Stenja.
3 pieces? I don't think I have any silver. Nope. Ooh. I'm killing these fuckers. When did you restart? Restart what? Yeah, I do not think my cats would do anything. I think they'd be scared of the rats. Because they're stupid. Because they're stupid. You gonna play Silk Song after Hollow Knight? Yeah, I was gonna play Silk Song now, but... I was gonna play Silk Song now, but then chat was like, no, Snoozy, you haven't gotten the right ending. You haven't gotten the ending that we want you to get. So... now I'm playing Hollow Knight still. Don't get one guide? I'm not getting one guide. Multiple people said it. What is one guide? It's when one guy says something and you listen to them. I'm very easy to get one guide. I want everyone to like me. I want to make everyone happy. No, we have the dono goal for the. We have the dono goal. Because I think it'll be overall better. That's kind of nice. Is it possible to make everyone happy? I know, that's why I struggle.
Really? Oh boy, oh boy.
Take my egg.
Oh, darling. Really? Really?
Okay, now I have $22,000. $2,200. I can't count. Karma, can you tell me what biome to go into at the very least? I think that's a good starting point. Biome, you can tell that I'm I'm a Minecraft gamer. Ugh. Sorry. Fucking shrimp.
Love forever, Snoozy. Can't help too much right now, but we all love you. Less than 3.
Less than 3. Thank you, Tinkle. That's very sweet. Thank you forever. I appreciate that. And we're 100. That's crazy for one stream. Thank you guys. I really appreciate that. Salutations, Crazon. I'm sorry I missed it. Here are my charms. I apparently have half the charms. Thank you so much, Tinkle. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you forever. Ooh, wait, that's really good. Ooh. That combo, this with the combo of Baldur Shield would be really good. I do not know. I wish I could get more. Where's my lady? Where is she? She's all the way over there. Okay, we're gonna... I always forget that they explode. I always forget they explode. I recently lost my eye to squamous cell in my sinuses, but seeing you online and grinding the heck out of this game, keeping your head up brings me so much joy. I'm sorry you lost your eye. That's very scary. That's a very big thing to lose. I hope you are recovering okay, because I just imagine that's also a frick ton of recovery time. I can't even imagine what... Hey, at least you get to wear cool ass eye patches now, am I right? Like, you get to wear cool eye patches. Isn't that pretty cool? I'm sorry about that though. I appreciate your kind words, however. Thank you very... This is not the right way. Thank you forever. Got 6 weeks off work? Hell yeah. Boulder Shield never worked for the 5 minutes I had it. I like it. It's actually saved me a lot. And you can get a cool fake eye if you want. There's this one girl I've seen on TikTok quite a bit, and she lost her eye, and so she wears a lot of cool fake eyes. Like she has like robot ones and like different colors, and some of them like are like lighted up and stuff. It's very cool. Look on the bright sides. Oh, this stupid motherfucker. Come on. But I'm very sorry about that. And I hope you are doing okay. Maybe I don't know if you need this, but maybe counseling could help. Because that's a very big thing. Oh. Oh. I always forget I can't go this way. Oh, I can go around. Okay. This way. I'm a new subscriber. I happened to see your stream when I went on YouTube. Welcome, Ash. That's very sweet. I appreciate you being here. Welcome. I hope you are enjoying it. Oh, you guys are talking about Naruto? I had no idea what you were talking about. Oh, what's Article 14? Is that when you get blocked away? That's not good. I always forget they blow up. Have a good sleep, Yomi. I hope you sleep tight. Don't let the snoozy bite. Thank you for joining and hanging out with us. Oh, I had a friend who was in the military. She threatened to kill herself and then she got honorably discharged. So, life hack. Life hack. Hello, FBI agent. Welcome. Only need 5 more. Okay, anyway, where do I need to go? Or where should I go? Do you bite? Not hard. Thank you guys, though. I really do appreciate with this $100. Oh yes, I can show you my full map. So, with the $100 that you guys have done, I can get, I'm pretty sure, an X-ray for my hands. Key items. This. Can we get a schedule recap? What do you mean? Can I dono just for nails on payday? If you have more pressing issues, I would understand, but a girl has to yassify. I appreciate that a lot. I don't know. If you would like to, I can definitely do that. I can also put on a thing on Throne because Miffy has Miffy has been wanting to get nails done as well. Miffy is my roommate. Snoozy, or you could become Super Seal and get extra vision. Ooh. You forgot the schedule? Oh, I haven't released the schedule this week. Kind of just because I sort of made a schedule and then I wasn't happy with it. But I'll be streaming tomorrow. I'll be streaming Dead by Daylight with Miffy and Cass and maybe Kumi. Karma, are you here? So you just want the biome? Yeah. So just give me 2 biomes. Just give me biome and I will. Because I don't like getting hand fed it. But what time tomorrow? Poggers. Roughly same time, yes. Salutations, Denpa. Thank you so much for the raid. Salutations, everybody. My name is Snoozy. I'm Socks Agency Silly Sleepy Seal VTuber. Hello, hello. I'm currently playing Hollow Knight. My chat wanted me to get the true ending, so I'm trying to do that before I play Silk Song. The stream tomorrow will be roughly same time. The collab won't start until 2 p.m. my time, so like an hour and a half ago. But I'll probably stream around maybe noon and we can just have a long yap session. Or maybe 1, something like that. Oh, I don't think I have a mod. Let me do that really fast. Tinkle. Well, thank you so much for the raid, Denpa. I hope you had a good stream. What were you up to? If you need to read and run, I also understand. I don't mean to keep going. You tried your best, it's okay. Salutations, Hoppy. It's good to see you too. Here. Closest one is. Jeez. Queen's Garden? Okay. We were playing a game for the Steam Fall in Love Fest. Ooh, what is that? That sounds very cute. You're not the problem. What do you mean? You're not a problem at all. No one in my chat are really problems. You guys are very good. Didn't finish it yet or going for 112? We got one ending, but we got the bad end. Oh shit. Time out. The problem came up at 6 a.m. Oh, I'm sorry. I hope your problem gets resolved. So expecting that kind of rate change night. Ruri Bay Kyun Dinpa Snoozy. Wow! You've been raid hopping so much. Oh. Kind of Why are you inflating me? Why are you inflating me? I should inflate you back. Queen's Garden? Queen's Station isn't exactly where I want to go, but I guess that's the only stag path. I want to ask you, sorry, but my first direction was wrong. You're supposed to go find them at the very bottom. No! And Deep Nest? No! But Deep Nest is so scary! No! Or do you mean Ancient Best? Salutations, Ace. It's good to see you. Did you beat Grim? I don't know. I don't know. There's some stuff in Bastion that you can now explore now you've explored King's Edge. Oh boy. Joey. Oh, thank God. Okay. Wow, that's a lot of bones. That's a lot of bones. I sure hope I find a bench. I sure hope we find a bench. I sure hope we find a bench. Our voices will cry out again. Eh? My up spell? My up spell? Am I not supposed to be here yet? Am I not supposed to be here yet? Whoa. Whoa. Okay, buddy. Is there a bench? Bench? Ow. Why are there shades here? Poor little guy. Oh. Okay, not bad. Thought I was a genius. Check my mouth. A map. Dude, I'm fucking these jumps up. Oh, well, that's annoying. I was over on the bench. Ooh, pretty. What did that do? Ooh, beautiful. What does that do? I have no idea. What was the point of that? Oh, I can go over here now. Wow. Very dark. Oh. What? I didn't mean to do that. I fell in it. Ooh. Arcane 8. What is that? Oh, it's a relic. Wow, that's fun. Oh, that's good. That's very helpful. Yay. Still no bench. Salutations, Chico. How are you doing? You're trying to finger me. I didn't mean it like that. maybe I do not have an idea. I do have an idea. I'm a genius. A deep blue stone atop the dais? What? Shit. I tried to stop. Bench. Ole mole. Okay. Well, it seems like I've explored all of the bits. So I am confused. I wish my headache would go away. Now Queen's Garden? Okay. Gotta go this way. Oh, I understand what I can do now. I get it. I can go through the weird black sand shit. I get it. I'm understanding. Have a good night, Nobi. I hope you sleep well. Thank you for hanging out.
Amesodo.
Do I have any feelings? I'm too much. I get worried about annoying people. That's why I'm playing this again. I need to go AFK because I really do need to find pain meds. My headache is getting really bad. I will be right back. Can you seal it? Can you seal it? Can you seal it? I couldn't find pain meds. I don't think we have any. So, I got a container of salt. What the fuck happened with my... What the fuck happened with my donation goal? Hello? What happened? Anyway, I got a bunch of salt. And I'm just gonna lick the salt out of this bowl. Technically, it's a soy sauce dish. Mm-hmm. 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 Salt, all right. Eh. That kind of helped immediately, actually. We didn't double it, it's broken. Shush. It'll fix itself eventually. If I got that much money, I'd be fucking crying on stream. Okay. I have licked the fuck ton of salt. Let's go. Oh, I go down. Oh, I have to get out of here first. Whoops. Thank you, DB. Hello. Gungi Gungi. Okay, have a good time there. Salutations, cat girl. Fuck. I just dropped my load. Salutations, cat girl. check. I'm finally able to catch a stream. Yay! Welcome. Can't help but feel a little at fault with it. What? That's okay, Apple. I hope you sleep well. Blazing bright. Oh. Hi, sorry. How are you doing? Can I not go anywhere from here? Also, good night, Apple. I hope you sleep well. Tired, but we persevere. That's fair. Am I as stupid? Oh. I went all the way here. Gosh dang it. Well. I did not mean to do this. God fucking damn it. God fucking damn it. God, actually fuck me, dude. Ooh, pork ramen. I fucked up bad. Oh my god, oh my god. Oh, I want out. Oh, I want out. Oh, get me out of here. Never played Hollow Knight, enjoying it? I was until I fell in here. Sorry, what the heck? Thank you for the 5. Sorry, thank you for the 5 gifts. You did not have to do that. Thank you so much. Oh my god. Stop doing that. Snoozy. Thank you, Zari. I really appreciate that. That's very sweet of you. You did not need to do that at all. Thank you very much. Thank you forever. Mantis Village, okay. This ain't too bad.
Wow.
Sorry, thank you for subscribing as well. Thank you. I'm sorry. You did not have to do that. Thank you forever. Oh, my chat didn't bully you into that. Thank you. Thank you very many. What is going on? Thank you, sorry, that's very sweet. You really don't have to do that at all. I appreciate it. Jarn, thank you so much for getting Cat Gorilla sub as well. Thank you. You guys are being very nice to me, and I don't think I deserve it, so thank you very much. I'm sorry I meant to yell. Ah! Jarn, did you just get a new sub badge? Or was it just not showing before? I think it's the tier 3 one. No, I'm talking about the gift sub badge, sorry. I don't think it was red before, but maybe I'm silly. Oh my goodness. I will do so well with jumping and then I'll just like become brain dead. Yes. Scary. Beautiful. 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 You are not my friend. Oh. Okay. There we go. Mika, thank you so much for the raid. Salutations, everybody. My name is Susie. I'm Sax Agency Silly CBC VTuber. Welcome, welcome. How was your stream? Hello, everyone. Nice to meet you. I'm playing Hollow Knight. I beat it technically, but then we're like, that isn't good enough. So now I'm trying to beat it more. Welcome, welcome. Okay, I slept. Not slept. I benched. Salutations, Silent. Oh, Nimmy! Nimmy, hello! We've missed you. How are you doing? Oh, that's not open. Shit, I'm stupid. She still hasn't shared her only sales? What are you talking about? This horse isn't dead enough yet? Exactly. I'm so... Okay. Oh! He looks happy. What ending are you aiming for? Chat wants me to try to get the true ending. But, oh my god. I don't know if I'll have the energy. I'm okay. It has been a work day. I'm so sorry. Salutations, Kay. It's good to see you. Good stream. It was a nice time to rest here. Thank you, thank you. I'm glad your stream was good. If you need to raid and run, I understand. Gosh. Have a good time with your off-kai video. Shit. Oh shit. Oh, I'm dead. Oh, I'm fucking dead. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, we're fine. I overreacted. Hee 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 hee. I overreacted. What's that bench? Ooh. A toll machine with a symbol of a bench. Gimme it. Gimme it now. That's it. Okay, yay. Okay, yay. Ouchie. Ouchie. Ooh. Ouchie. Ouchie. Ouch. I can't. I barely touched that. Oh, can the base true ending or the DLC? I don't think I have the DLC. Wait, what DLC ending? Are there more than one? How many endings are there? Where the fuck? How am I in Deep Nest? Wait, what? What? Hello? Oh, hello. Who are you? Is it mask or face upon the creature? In Hollow Nest, a difficult thing can be to decipher. A wonderful thing to have, a face, not a thing with which we were all blessed. For this kingdom's faceless, I shall provide. A mask, a face. Does it need one? Does it not? To define, to focus, to exist. Okay. 5, which is why I just said if you want to watch the lore video to move on. Oh my god. I'm just here because y'all said I couldn't play Silk Song. Oh, I really don't want to be here. really want to be here. Why do you make cat noises? Those are definitely cat noises, right? I was over on the bench. 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 Okay. My head. Okay. Okay. I hear a growth. Uh-oh. Okay. Rob, my best friend, I love you so much. Thank you for being here. Thank you. I love you. Oh shit. Is this where the guy is? No. Where did that? Okay, where's the guy? Snack? Where's the stag? Ow, 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 ow. Mother. Motherfucker. I hope we're all having a good day, by the way. If we're not, I'm very sorry. This is a dead stag! What are you guys talking about? my friend, hello, I'm so happy to be here. Where am I? Whoa. That's... Oh. Oh, shit. Okay, I lost it. Ooh, what did I find? I don't like when the shinies are just... Oh. Decorative shinies, exactly. Oh, the queen! The queen is coming. I've been waiting so long and now she's almost here. I feel like I'm about to burst. Maramu! Hello, you're so cute! I've kept it safe, the secret garden. I've kept it safe for all this time, and soon the queen will return and teach me to fly. Shall we wait together, stranger? Shall we play together? Oh, you are so cute. It's kind of like pinball. Shit. Sounds like Blue from Blue's Clues. It does. Oh, stranger, you're strong, much stronger than me. I've been waiting a long time, stranger. I've been fighting a long time, stranger. I'm very, very tired. The queen will be here soon, and I just need to sleep a little. Wake me when the queen arrives, stranger. Perhaps the queen will teach us both to fly, stranger. That would be fun, wouldn't it? Oh, I have 500 now. Maramu, is he dead? I may have killed him, but he needed to be rested. He needed to rest. You know? He's now resting. Yes. Ooh, yay. Double yay. Triple yay. Before you rang the bell, I had almost forgotten this station existed. It was not often used by the common bugs, being a well-guarded retreat for our late queen. Even as overgrown as they become, these gardens are still beautiful after all this time. I'm sure the queen would be happy to know that. So cute. Where are we? Oh, beautiful. What's down here? Oh, this place. Oh, beautiful. Oh, perfect. Okay. Now I will go up. Yes. I'm gonna go this way first. Yeah, I can do that now. Oh, perfect. Oops. Miriam, salutations. How are you doing? Uh-oh. Oh, traitor lord. Oh shit, she fucking hurts. Oh shit, she hurts, she hurts, she hurts, she hurts. She, her pronouns. The pronouns, the pronouns, the pronouns, the pronouns! No, the pronouns, the pronouns, the pronouns, the pronouns, the pronouns! Okay. It's fine. I'm very close by. Damn. It's this way. Here slays the traitor's child. Oh. Well, no wonder they're angry. Their baby's dead. It's okay. I'll reunite them. Version of dive do you have? I have no idea what you mean by that. Shit. Fuck's sake, dude. Salutations, Exel. How are you doing? Let's try this again. That was embarrassing. That was embarrassing. I can't. Oh. Salutations, Exo. Fuck. Chat. He hurts. I tried to save myself. Buddy. The knight is just a little guy. Hello, Dan. Salutations. I'm doing good today. Thank you for asking. Hello, Asmosis. How are you doing? Motherfucker. Motherfucker. Have you saved all the group guys? Yes. Yes, I have. Did all of them? I think that was all of them now. Or maybe not. Did I get them all? This is your first run of Hollow Knight? Yes, I think so, technically. I'm making good progress. Oh, oh yay forever. Okay. Oh. Actually, I'm curious. There. Oops. Motherfucker.
Hey. There's a grub up there. Never mind. I'm going back. I heard the grub. Shit. I really hope I don't lose my $3,000. Okay, there we go.
Poggers. Aries! Oh my god, Aries, hello! Salutations, everybody. My name is Snoozy. I'm Sox Agency's silly, sleepy, silly tuber. Sox Agency was started by a flock of cows. Sock Puppet Comic Man. Hello, everyone. How are you doing? How was your stream? Welcome, welcome. I'm playing Hollow Knight. It's my first playthrough, and I beat it, but then chat was like, not good enough, so now I'm here. Playing it again. Hello, I hope you guys... I need a bench. Why are there no benches? I hope you had a good stream. If you need to raid and run also, I understand. I have 1 HP. I hope you're loving Hollow Knight. I am. It is good. Gosh, I'm 1 HP in a dream. No benches? Where am I? Oh my god, there's not a bench for quite a while. Are you joking? Give me a second.
Really?
Take my egg. Take my egg. Take my egg.
Wah, starring. What?
Anyway. Jesus Christ. I haven't talked to this guy since the start of the game. I heard a piercing cry from the well. It echoed about my mind and left me in a daze. I'd say it was a foul beast's death, but this cry sounded different. Divine? Did something happen, little traveler? No, don't tell me. If foul events are brewing, it's probably better I don't know. Wouldn't you want to know? But I hope you had a very good stream. Thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. I was over on the bench. I was over on the bench. I was over. I'm sorry that I keep doing this. Salutations, DJ. How are you doing? Oh, Billy Dope. Back at it again. I'm assuming I need to kill that guy. So let us try. Wait, going the wrong way.
at my directions. Wait. No, I am going the right way, I think. I'm lost already. It's been 5 minutes. Oh dear. A lot can happen in 5 minutes. Don't I know it? Are you joking? Not pregnant. No pregnant. The really bad. Okay, so I don't think I can face check this guy like I'm used to, which is a problem. What do you mean by face check? I just tank their hits. You know, like when you face check someone, you know, when you get up in their face and you're like, hey, you wanna fight? You wanna fight? Let's go, let's fight right now. And then I beat them up, and it's not gonna work, because he hurts a lot. So maybe we will try that. I don't know if that'll work. Oh, please, spirit, yo. Why is this guy harder than the main boss? Wanted to have my blue hearts. No blue hearts for me. Are you joking? scared. Oh wait, I can. That's okay. That's okay, cause I can. Okay. That one went better than before. I think I'm capable. I do not think I will ever play a game hitless. I value having my brain. Nintendo hitless. Fuck! I was doing so well too. I really wish I could have that. Maybe I'll just replace this. I'm gonna lose my mind. Also, I'm gonna try to stream. I didn't do it this today, but I'm gonna try to set up Twitter streaming so that I can multi-stream on Twitter to try to see if we can get some of our Twitter blubbies over to Twitch or YouTube blubbies. Because Twitter, next to TikTok, is one of my biggest platforms, so I figured I should try to do that. I just didn't set it up today because I've had a headache all day and I just didn't feel like it. But taking stupid damage. But we will try. Right, it does too, so I died. Shucks.
What's for dinner, Tinkle? I didn't mean to fall down there. Mac and cheese and a caprese sandwich with avocado. That sounds beautiful. That sounds really good, actually. Me and Gloomy have been making... We haven't made them in a while, and I don't know why we stopped. And I should really add it. I should really make them again. Hello, Kaito. How are you doing? We made these sandwiches that were... It was chicken with a pesto mayo and roasted red peppers and Swiss cheese. And we would also put rocket on it, and it was so good. And we used chicken. Oh, why does that always happen? And we made chicken in the oven. Thank you, Kaito. I appreciate that very many. Okay. Oh, Costco. Oh, chat. Is there something I can do that's not this boss fight? Slash SRS? Genuinely, is there something I can do that isn't this boss fight? I don't know if I can do this right now. If the only thing I can do is the boss fight, then I will try to persevere, but holy shit, dude. Can I see your inventory again? Yes. Twitter, why are you being so weird? Let me do that. My inventory. Or do you mean this? Oh my god, this headache is the worst. I've had a headache genuinely all day. What is it? I'm gonna need 1800. Chat, I just wanted to play Silksong. Is this worth it? Is this worth it?
Holy moly. Watch the lore video. It's not mandatory. I thought everyone said I didn't beat the game. People keep saying I didn't beat the game. What video do I watch for the lore? What video do I watch for the lore? Moss Bag? The mostly complete lore of Hollow Knight. This is an hour long. Up.
Fried.
Making me want chicken.
If you were to ask me, what is your favorite video game ever made? I would have to say Cory in the House for the Nintendo DS. But Hollow Knight would be a close second. Hollow Knight was released on February 24th, 2017 by Team Cherry, an indie game studio based in the mythical land of Adelaide, South Australia.
Wait, what?
Over the past 3 years, Hollow Knight has become an indie darling. The game has sold over 3.5 million copies. It was the opening game at ADGQ 2019. There's a Hollow Knight book, a line of plushies, t-shirts, nicotine patches, nuclear warheads, and even vinyl records for all you goddamn hipsters. Team Cherry had one goal when making Hollow Knight. They wanted to create a world that allowed players to get completely lost in exploration. We can see this desire in Hollow Knight's design. The levels in Hollow Knight are massive, with secrets and rewards hidden in every nook and cranny, be that powerful charms, special abilities, or the game's navigation system requires the player to work for their map, forcing them to make a stronger mental image of the world in their head. Christopher Larkin's score and Ari Gibson's artwork.
What if the reason my head hurts is because I have brain cancer? Anyway.
Lend to this as well, creating an atmosphere that the player won't want to leave. But there's one aspect of Hollow Knight that keeps people like me coming back. The world building. When Super Metroid launched in 1994, it stood out for its amazing sense of immersion. Now in 1994, I was busy not being alive, but I've watched enough YouTube video essays to know that this game was a big deal. In case you didn't know, Super Metroid is basically the granddaddy of all Metroidvanias. That's why they're called Metroidvanias. Now in Super Metroid, there are moments that give the player a sense of depth. Basically the feeling that this world exists outside of Samus's interactions with it. In the room right before that diabetic crocodile thing, Samus can find the corpse of a random soldier. His inclusion here doesn't change the gameplay at all, but instead gives the player a sense of wonder about the world they are exploring. Who was this guy? why was he here in the first place? Did he like jazz? Now, finding dead bodies and other random garbage is pretty cool, right? Well, Hollow Knight basically does the same thing, about a dozen times. Through its world building, Hollow Knight turns Hallownest into a living kingdom. You can sense the ancient history of the land when you look at dilapidated structures or giant barred doors. Nothing feels like it was put into the game randomly. There's a reason for it all. Except those reasons aren't the easiest to uncover. Hollow Knight's narrative is buried under layers of NPC dialogue, item descriptions, lore tablets, and even additional content like the Quarrel comic and Fangamer's Wanderer's Journal. These past 3 years have seen an insane amount of research by the Hollow Knight community to make sense of Team Cherry's sprawling world. We've even made it to the point where people are looking at the in-game signs to try and decipher Hallownest's logographic language. In this video, I hope to give you a long and detailed look into the world of Hollow Knight, exploring Hallownest's history and uncertain future. When I'm not busy making surprisingly accurate Super Smash Bros. Roster speculation videos, or insightful podcasts about beloved subjects like the Donkey Kong Country television series, or whatever this was supposed to be, I'm usually making videos about Hollow Knight. And while I am a seasoned Hollow Knight lore expert, I cannot confirm that every musing or theory presented in this video is completely correct. I highly recommend checking out the lore section of the Hollow Knight wiki if you want a more neutral explanation of Hollow Knight's lore. But if you're too lazy to read, then I suggest you sit back, order some Domino's pizza, or just grab a block of cheese from the fridge, and enjoy the mostly complete lore of Hollow Knight. It's a simple fact of life that every human worships a god, be that technology, ideologies, or in rare cases, God. As it turns out, the bugs in Hallownest pretty much operate in the same way. From the Mosskin born from the dream of a giant slug, to the emo kids of the ancient civilization who literally worship the darkness, there is no shortage of things to worship in the world of Hollow Knight. Our story begins with a creature very much worthy of worship, a creature born from the carcass of a worm. The carcass can still be found in the Kingdom's Edge, and it's our only good look at what worms actually looked like. At the time Hollow Knight occurs, it is suggested there are no worms left in the world. They were incredibly long creatures that featured little to no limbs. Another more mysterious property of worms was that they had some kind of prescience or foresight. Basically, they could see the future to some capacity. It isn't clear how effective this ability was. Considering how the entire race went extinct, this foresight ability must have been pretty shit. Getting back to this particular worm carcass, it is explained that this worm traveled across the distant mountains and wastelands beyond Hallownest. Once it arrived in Hallownest, the worm died. Except not really. Inside the maw of the carcass sits a pale broken egg, out of which hatched a new form of worm, a being of meager shell. This form of the worm is usually referred to as the Pale King, and he's the character basically responsible for everything that happens in Hollow Knight. The Pale King is a higher being, a type of creature that exists above all others. His body was said to shine with a radiant visage that harmed those who looked upon him. The ultimate goal of the Pale King seemed to be in line with that of other worms. A line from the cryptic Mr. Mushroom reads, "Worms pull bugs into their thrall, till ages pass and kingdoms fall." In other words, it's just in their nature. Dogs wag their tails, cats bury their shit, and worms bring massive amounts of bugs into their service in order to form long-standing kingdoms and civilizations. And here in a far corner of the world, the Pale King emerged from the corpse of his former self and began to build his eternal kingdom, Hallownest. There's this one slight problem. There's like people already living there. The area that would eventually become Hallownest was already filled with mantises, bees, moths, spiders, mushrooms, and bush cosplayers. Each of these groups were already operating with their own cultures and societies, and each group had a different interaction with the Pale King. One of the more receptive groups to the arrival of the Pale King were the mushrooms of the fungal wastes. These creatures were able to communicate with one another through one shared mind. The mushrooms viewed this shared mind as a strength, and they were kind of smug dickheads about it. Ultimately, the mushrooms wearily accepted the Pale King's rule, viewing his foresight as a shield to the dangers of the future. Another group living in the fungal wastes is the Mantis tribe. The Mantises have a rich cultural history reaching back to long before the birth of Hallownest. The Mantises are a proud tribe, believing in the importance of proving one's physical strength. The Mantises are fiercely territorial, but will show respect to those who display great power. These Fight Club enthusiasts were led by 4 powerful Mantis Lords, who I guess just kinda sat around waiting for outsiders to challenge them. The Mantis tribe had no interest in the Pale King's kingdom, but the two communities did come to a truce. In exchange for their independence from Hallownest, the Mantis tribe kept the beasts of Deepnest from invading Hallownest. Not sure why they didn't just go out the other exits from Deepnest, but whatever. I'm not an expert on border patrol. I don't work at ICE anymore. Let's move on to Deepnest. Now many of the different tribes of Hallownest were kind enough to leave lore tablets behind, detailing pretty much everything we need to know about them. Unfortunately, the bugs of Deepnest didn't do that. We know that the spiders of Deepnest had a monarchy because why not? Those are always good, right? Also within Deepnest are a separate group of spiders that immigrated to Deepnest at some point in the past. This group was known as the Weavers,
unfortunately very
and they established their own culture and history within Deepnest.
What the fuck?
They used looms of silk to weave stories, spells, and shields.
That's why. That's why.
One thing we know
There's one thing in common with 6 years ago. And now.
For sure about Deepnest is that they really didn't want anything to do with Hallownest. The struggles of Deepnest-Hallownest relations would become painfully clear as time goes on, but for right now, it seems like the two remained fairly isolated from one another. Another section of pre-Hallownest includes Greenpath. Now as far as we can tell, the mushrooms, mantises, and spiders of Deepnest didn't worship any higher beings. There is this giant mushroom corpse in the fungal core, but I don't think this is a higher being. I mean, who the hell would want to worship a fat-ass mushroom? Fat-ass slugs? Now that's dope. The land we know as Greenpath was created by the higher being known as Un. Un used her great mind to dream the vegetation of Greenpath into the once barren caverns. Un's followers, the Mosskin, were also born out of Un's dream, making her their creator. Greenpath at its height was actually much larger than we see in-game. At one point, Greenpath stretched into both modern-day Queen's Garden and possibly Fog Canyon. Greenpath's citizens showed themselves to be a fairly developed society. They built a temple at the Lake of Un in order to worship her, and they even had their own line of defense, with Moss Knights showing proficiency in combat, using nails and shells as weapons. The Law of Un continued to remain in effect even after the Pale King arrived, but it seems like they allowed the king to establish a road through their lands, leading travelers to the heart of Hallownest. Hence the name Greenpath. Yeah, Team Cherry really racked their brains when naming this area, didn't they? Next, we have the bees. And while there is no lore on how these bees can turn into fucking drills, or how they can ignore all known laws of aviation, we do know how they reacted to the Pale King. These bugs decided to seal their hive off from the rest of the world, with only patrol bees being able to enter and exit the hive. So yeah, the bees are pretty much pointless in this story. And finally we have the Moth tribe. In-game, the only moth settlement is in the Resting Grounds, but the tribe might have also inhabited the Crystal Peak at one point. Now as we all know, moths in real life are just complete assholes. As for the moths in Hollow Knight, well, it's a bit complicated. The moth race is described as being a rather pacifist group, with few ever choosing to take up a weapon. During the Pale King's reign, the moth race delved amongst dreams and the dead, displaying the importance of remembering those who have passed, as well as learning how to shape dreams themselves.
Avalia, thank you so much for the raid. Salutations, everybody. My name is Snoozy. I'm Stocks Agency Silly Sleepy Sylvie Tuber. Welcome, welcome. We are watching the mostly complete lore of Hollow Knight right now, to prepare for Silk Song. So sit back, get comfy, and watch. Welcome, welcome. I hope you had a good stream. Did I do my intro? My head hurts so bad I genuinely can't remember. But salutations. Take a break if you need to. If you need to read and run, I also understand. Okay. Yeah, I did. Okay, my head hurts real bad.
Similar to the Mosskin, the Moth tribe was born from a higher being known as the Radiants. The radiance is described as being a light in which the moth tribe basked.
Wow.
So she was basically a giant lamp to them.
Wow.
Another important aspect about the radiance is her
Crab
ties to
champions, I hope you
dreams
had fun
and a
with that.
substance known as essence. Essence are the remains of wishes and dreams, and are represented in-game by these dream catcher particle effects. Essence can take the form of whispering roots, as well as dream ghosts, both of which are memories taking root in the world. The radiance appears to be a creature made of essence, but she isn't the only higher being to give off essence. Un has green particles, the Pale King has gray particles, and this sexy character named Grim gives off fiery
Grim.
red particles. However, the radiance appears to be the main god when it comes to dreams,
Why is she kind of sexy?
even if other gods also dabble in the dream realm. Getting back to the Moth tribe, it is their interaction with the Pale King that we need to discuss. Basically, the moths turn their backs on the radiance completely, in order to worship the new light that had appeared, the Pale King's light. So yeah, moths are assholes in this game too. With her tribe forsaking her, the radiance became a forgotten memory, a remnant of the past, and a thing that's definitely not going to come up again later in this video. And so the Pale King's new kingdom was established, Hallownest. But there is one aspect of Hallownest that we need to discuss. Unfortunately, to better understand this, we're going to have to read some poetry.
Yay.
In Wilds Beyond they speak your name with reverence and regret. For none could tame our savage souls, yet you the challenge met. Under palest watch you taught, we changed. Base instincts were redeemed. A world you gave to bug and beast as they had never dreamed. This is from a poem titled Elegy for Hallownest, written by Modemon the Teacher. The poem appears at the beginning of every playthrough, and hints at what the Pale King and his kingdom offered. Much of the land outside of Hallownest appears to be a wasteland, where bugs survive off of instinct, without the burden of mind. Hallownest somehow taught these bugs and tamed their savagery. Basically, the Pale King changed the instincts of his subjects, and granted them higher thought. To get a better picture of this, let's look at two different characters, Boone and Tuck. These adorable panda bug things give us a clear display of Hallownest's effect. While both appear to be the same species of bug, Boone is dumb as a sack of rocks, struggling to string together words, while Tuck speaks fairly clearly. The main difference between these two characters is that while Boone lives outside of Hallownest, Tuck lives beneath the city's capital. Basically, it appears as though Hallownest is a literal holy ground that raises the intelligence of those who dwell within. The Pale King established a path, starting from the kingdom's entrance in King's Pass, winding through Greenpath and the fungal wastes, and finally ending at the massive capital at Hallownest's heart. We now know the capital city as the City of Tears, but that was likely not its original name. The rain that falls down onto the city from the blue lake above didn't begin until after the kingdom collapsed. So unless the capital was originally named by some edgy literature student, the name City of Tears wouldn't have made much sense. The king's motivation for all this appears to have been his desire to be worshipped. The citizens of Hallownest believe that the Pale King created the world, and everything in it. Shrines to the king can be found scattered throughout the kingdom, and king's idols were created and distributed to followers of the king. Despite the worship, the Pale King often kept himself hidden from his subjects, possibly to hide his blemishes. I mean, if you look at the size of the real Pale King to his statue in the ancient basin, the man is clearly overcompensating. The Pale King's White Palace was also built underneath the city, separating him from his subjects even more so. At the same time, certain powers became shunned in Hallownest, though we don't know for sure if the Pale King had anything to do with this. Lifeblood is a blue liquidy substance that leaves those who drink it feeling refreshed. However, the use of lifeblood was seen as a taboo, and those who used it were demonized as heretics. The use of soul for combat was also shunned. Soul is a sort of life force in Hollow Knight that animates the bodies of living creatures. But some characters are able to control the soul of others to conjure powerful spirits. But aside from a few exceptions, no citizens of Hallownest ever used this power. However, the Pale King didn't rule alone. There was another higher being in the mix, a being known as the White Lady. The White Lady is a weird brute-like being that can be found in the modern-day Queen's Gardens. She is encased in a strange cocoon, and we know very little about her. With as much exposition we get for the Pale King, there is next to nothing on the White Lady. But one thing we do know is that she likes to breed. Like, a lot. The White Lady would often retreat to the Queen's Gardens, an area of land once controlled by the Mosskin. How exactly she walked around and actually went places is a lore question too deep for even my expertise. The White Lady is also known as a pale being, along with the Pale King. What exactly are pale beings?
I was about to ask
Well, we
that.
don't know
Thank
for
you.
sure, but they seem to stand out even amongst higher beings, as being even more powerful. I know that's a little confusing, so let's try using an example. I'd say that regular higher beings are like a TP-Link Archer C7 AC1750 wireless dual-band gigabit router, while
What?
pale beings are like the Asus RT-AX88U AX6000 dual-band 8X gigabit Wi-Fi router.
What?
Under the Pale King, Halnest underwent a bit of an industrial revolution. He ordered the construction of the stagways, which were used to transport passengers and goods. The Forgotten Crossroads and the storerooms above the City of Tears were used to store goods that traveled along these stagways. The king also ordered the construction of the tramways, because literally no one is safe from the threat of automation.
Ooh.
A tram was built between the Forgotten Crossroads and the resting grounds. A second tram was built from the kingdom's edge across the ancient basin over to Deep Nest. And then a third tram was started in Deep Nest and attempted to go further into Deep Nest.
Aww.
Not sure how useful that would have been to the bugs of Hallownest, but whatever. The Pale King's a smart guy, I'm not gonna question him. But anyway, the Pale King's super smart plan to build a tram in Deep Nest ended up getting a few of his tram workers killed. The bugs of Deep Nest rejected the Pale King's attempt to build a tram in their territory, further cementing the poor relations shared between the two groups. Aside from convenient fast travel, regular pathways were also used to cart goods around the kingdom. From this was born probably one of the most important groups in Hallownest, and perhaps even all of fiction. An elusive guild of bugs, simply known as the Menderbugs, took to maintaining the various signs scattered throughout Hallownest. From the journal entry of one Menderbug, we can catch a glimpse into their ancient and unknowable minds.
Dear, dear diary, isn't life just the most beautiful thing? Fixing signs, mending posts, let them break, I say. I'm a better mender for all that repairing. I sometimes doubt there's a single bug in all of Hallownest happier than me.
Another example of the Pale King's expanding infrastructure is the Crystal Peak. This area is filled with crystals that grow rapidly along walls, ceilings, and even the shells of certain
Why
bugs.
did they bite?
These
bite
crystals
me?
were considered valuable to the bugs of Hallownest, resulting in large-scale mining efforts. We don't actually see the crystals used anywhere else in Hallownest, but they are said to contain a sort of energy. The crystals are also said to sing, if you listen very carefully.
You know the rules, and so do
In terms
I.
of military, Hallownest's first line of defense appeared to be a group simply known as the Five Great Knights. The members of this esteemed coalition were Ogrim, Hagamol, Zamir, Drya, and Isma. For being so important, most of the information
Sorry,
about
keep
these
going.
knights has been lost to time. Ogrim is the knight we know the most about, since he is one of the few knights still alive during the events of the game. Ogrim expressed a great amount of loyalty towards the king, and he maybe had something going on with Isma, but we really don't know. Hagamol was known for his sense of humor and his soft-spoken voice, but at the same time, he was also dummy thick. Mysterious Samir arrived in Hallownest from a serene land, bringing with her a collection of delicate flowers. At some point, she also got into a relationship with a mantis, but not just any mantis, a daughter of one of the mantis lords.
Ooh.
So yeah, it seems like these great knights were slaying in more ways than one. All we really know about Drya is that she was fierce, caring, and wise. As for Isma, she was described as being kind. She also appears to be some sort of weird plant life form, but there's no information on where she's from or what her powers were. The Five Great Knights play an important role in the Champion's Call, the Knotted Grove, and the Battle of the Black Worm. We have no idea what these events were or how they affected Hallownest, but they sound cool nonetheless. During Hallownest's reign, there was another strange area that seemed to exist separate from the Pale King's rule. Carved out of the corpse of an ancient bug, an area called the Colosseum of Fools was constructed, and it was a destination for warriors from outside Hallownest. The sole purpose for fighting in the Colosseum appeared to be simply for glory, with a mysterious figure known as the Lord Fool overseeing the combat. We don't know when the Colosseum was constructed or if the Pale King was involved, but one of his servants, the Pale Lurker, became a champion in the Colosseum, perhaps indicating the Pale King's approval. And finally, there was the Royal Waterways, where the fecal excrement of the kingdom was washed out into the fungal wastes. This area saw the rise of a species of parasite-like creatures called the flukes. The flukes spawned from the fluke marm, a giant monster with cavities in which tinier flukes live. There really isn't too much lore involved with the flukes, but I do need to point out that the fluke marm is canonically a MILF. Like, that's not even debatable. The sky is blue, 2 + 2 = 4, and we all want to fuck this thing.
No, we don't.
And so this was the kingdom of Halnest at its height. Halnest was a vast kingdom connected by a network of stagways and tram stations. The bugs of Halnest mourned their dead on the resting grounds, engaged in commerce using Geo, the de facto currency of the region, and a thriving capital located in the middle of the kingdom. The Pale King had succeeded in crafting a full-blown society, but we all know there are pitfalls to living in a society. As the suspiciously knowledgeable Hunter points out in his journal, the Pale King had created a population of weak and pathetic creatures. The bugs of Halnest did not hunt for their own food and had become complacent with their comfort. This is even more obvious with the east wing of the capital. These greedy members of Halnest's high society became complete cowards, obsessed with riches and plum from excess wealth. The bugs living in Halnest Prime looked quite different than the instinctive simpletons they once were. Their savagery had been replaced with intelligence, and through that intellect, they gave the Pale King the devotion and service he desired. And while there were a few snags along the way, they were shining times for the king and his subjects. Resting at the threshold of Halnest is a strange lore tablet, proclaiming Halnest to be the last and only civilization. It calls Halnest an eternal kingdom. This appears to have been the Pale King's goal, for Halnest to stand against a wasted world as a final beacon for civilization. And that was the Pale King's ultimate folly, to think that he could succeed where so many others had failed before. Long before the Pale Kings or the Barry Bensons of the world, the land of Halnest was controlled by an ancient caste. Hints of Halnest's history are littered throughout the land, with the most notable examples being the soul totems and arcane eggs. One sect of these ancient bugs didn't worship a god like the Pale King or any lord, but instead a dark and mysterious substance known as the Void. This ancient caste once also tried to lay claim to the entire land of Halnest, but they too failed. In his quest to conquer all of Halnest, the Pale King had made an enemy long forgotten, an enemy that was about to be remembered. I mentioned earlier that the Moth tribe entirely forgot about the Radiants in order to worship the Pale King, but that isn't quite true. Memories of her still lingered, and hushed whispers of faith kept the Radiants alive.
You have ads? How do you have ads? You're subscribed. How do you have ads? What do you mean? No? Abs? I like abs. I think abs are nice, especially on women.
Live. At the summit of the Crystal Peak, a location known as Halnest Crown, a strange collection of glyphs can be found. Joining these glyphs is a statue of the Radiants, presiding over the kingdom below. This old summit is the sole standing shrine left to the Radiants. This was built in order to keep the memory of the Radiants alive. The Radiants' light began to appear in the dreams of Halnest citizens. This light manifested itself in an infection that ravaged through the kingdom's tunnels. Those infected would fall into a deep sleep and awaken with broken minds. Some of the lesser bugs tried to resist the Radiants' light, which only resulted in them being consumed by it even more so.
The infection.
Many infected bugs lost their wills and began attacking bugs that weren't infected. The infection also twisted the bodies of its hosts, causing them to bloat and occasionally develop orange cysts on their bodies. For many victims, they were reverted back to their basic instincts, carrying out the duties they once fulfilled in life, but now as mindless slaves. Those caught up in the infection were linked into the Radiance's hive mind, allowing her to control their bodies if needed. As the infection spread across Hallownest, many groups looked to solutions to fight off the Radiance's light. The gates to the City of Tears were closed in an attempt to keep the infection from reaching the city. The stagways were also shut down at some point, and many of the stags eventually died out, but some took more proactive efforts against the infection. The scholars of the Soul Sanctum decided to harness the power of Soul in an attempt to fight the infection. This resulted in the deaths of hundreds of bugs, whose souls were sucked out and injected into the bodies of the scholars. Their goal was to achieve some kind of pure focus, which would somehow protect them from plagues of the mind. The scholars' leader, the Soul Master, was driven mad by the sheer power of Soul, and his entire sect failed to avoid infection. But hey, at least they took as many innocent people down with them as they could. The Mantis tribe, showing a stronger will than the common bug, were able to stave off the infection. However, one of the 4 Mantis Lords turned against his sisters. He and his followers took in the infection willingly, as it gave them more strength and courage. At some point during all this, the Traitor Lord and his followers were exiled from the Mantis village, eventually taking up residence in the Queen's Gardens. The Traitor Lord's daughter ended up dying at some point. This is the same Mantis that was in a relationship with Zemir, one of the 5 Great Knights, but the Mantises rejected their union because of Zemir's outsideness. As a gamer, this type of prejudice is all too familiar, and honestly, it makes me sick. With the 5 Great Knights completely useless to fight against the infection, the Pale King devised his own scheme. A scheme involving a strange substance known as Void. As I mentioned earlier, the Pale King's White Palace was built in an area called the Ancient Basin, but his castle wasn't the only noteworthy thing down there. At the bottom of the Ancient Basin was the entrance to a pit known as the Abyss. Within the Abyss was a lake composed of void. The Pale King realized that this void could be given form, as evidenced by an imprint of such deep within the Abyss, possibly left there by the ancient civilization that predated Hallownest. The Pale King devised a workshop in his palace, where he placed void in armor shells imbued with soul, creating servants known as King's Molds and Wing Molds. These void creatures were somehow imprinted with the desire of the Pale King, so that they would serve him. It isn't clear when the Pale King started making these creatures. There is evidence to imply that even common bugs were aware of King's Molds, but the point is, the Pale King turned to the void in order to create another creature, one that he believed could contain the Radiance and her infection. He tried to create a pure vessel. The Radiance's infection needs its host to have a will and a mind in order to enslave it. A pure vessel would be a creature made of void designed to lack those features. The Pale King believed that by harnessing the void inside a pure vessel, he would be able to stop the infection and keep Hallownest lasting eternal. But his method for creating this so-called pure vessel was incredibly cruel. This is where the White Lady and her King Kong-sized libido come into play. Lady? These 2 higher beings engaged in a union of some kind, resulting in the creation of several eggs that were dropped down into the Abyss. There, the void seeped into these eggs, corrupting the offspring of the Pale King and the White Lady. This act resulted in the creation of the vessels. The vessels are not technically considered to be alive. They are shells created from the Pale King and White Lady that have been filled with the void. Within each vessel is a shade, a completely void being hidden behind the face of the vessel. Vessels are also non-gendered, I guess because they're dead or something? I'm not sure if that's how that works, but whatever. I'm not an expert on these kinds of things. I don't work at ICE anymore. Thousands of vessels were created during this process, but only one was chosen as the pure vessel. This particular vessel, chosen by the Pale King, was deemed the Hollow Knight, and was taken away to the White Palace. But I want to take a bit of a closer look at this part of the story. There are a number of questions and theories surrounding this moment that I really want to dig into. The big question surrounding this moment is, why was the Hollow Knight chosen over any other vessel? One common theory is that the Pale King took these vessels back to the White Palace and evaluated them using his giant collection of buzzsaws. This theory is probably the least likely explanation. It kinda exists just to explain the buzzsaws, which is quite the mystery, I'll admit, but doesn't really mesh with the vessels very well. How does being good at Super Meat Boy prove that you are a worthy vessel?
I am good at Super
And while
Meat
thinking
Boy.
about logistics in a game about magic bugs is never a good idea, how exactly did the Pale King transfer these thousands of vessels to his palace without characters like the Dung Defender finding out? So this means that the Pale King probably made his decision without taking any of the vessels out of the Abyss. So how did the Pale King make his evaluation? I think the best explanation comes from a theory I originally heard from a user named Golden Flower Fan. Basically, the vessels were hatched down at the bottom of the Abyss, and the first one to make it to the top was chosen by the Pale King. In a memory of this event, we see vessels falling from above back down into the pit of the Abyss. Perhaps these vessels weren't being cast down into the Abyss, but fell while trying to escape out of it. The lore tablet outside the Abyss appears to support this theory. It reads, "Our pure vessel has ascended. Beyond lies only the refuse and regret of its creation. We shall enter that place no longer." This tablet was likely written right after the Hollow Knight was chosen, considering that is when the entrance to the Abyss was sealed off.
I don't care
The
how
tablet
much debt we
proclaims that
have.
the pure
We
vessel
need
has
more
ascended,
vessels.
or in other words, climbed out of the Abyss. And while cut content should never be considered canon, I would just like to point out that an earlier version of this tablet, found in the game's code, was even more explicit about this. It read, "From below, our pure vessel has ascended." But how does making it to the top of the Abyss first prove that the Hollow Knight is somehow a perfectly hollow vessel? Well, I think this whole concept might just be a misconception. What if the Hollow Knight wasn't any different from the other vessels? All the vessels were made in the exact same way after all. The idea that the Hollow Knight was somehow more hollow than the other vessels comes from the fact that there were so many vessels created in the first place. If they only needed one, then why create so goddamn many? I mean, this is like Octomom on steroids. Well, these are bugs we're talking about, so it would make sense that multiple offspring would come from one egg. And it might have been a precaution to produce multiple vessels in hopes that at least one would be able to successfully escape the Abyss. Now another explanation could be that the Pale King just yeeted other vessels that made it to the top first, after determining that they weren't hollow, which would better explain why so many were created. Ultimately, the exact details aren't super important, but I do find it interesting how many different interpretations can be pulled from this part of the lore. After the Hollow Knight was chosen, the Pale King sealed the doorway to the Abyss, leaving the discarded vessels to rot away in darkness. These actions were not taken lightly by the Pale King or the White Lady. Both participants expressed shame in what they did, but saw no other option to save the kingdom. But the vessels weren't the only poor saps sealed away in the Abyss. There's also a lighthouse that was built on top of a naturally formed spire, its light shining down on an ocean of abyss below. Inside was one of the Pale King's royal retainers, who was left in charge of keeping the lighthouse turned on. So this brave soul was willingly sealed in a dark and dangerous tomb for the rest of his life, just so he could not pull a lever.
Yeah.
Well, at least he was living with purpose. With the Abyss sealed and the Hollow Knight chosen, the Pale King's plan was beginning to come together. The Hollow Knight was raised and trained to prime form, causing it to grow several times its original size. We don't know exactly why this happened, but I guess the Hollow Knight is just a grower and not a shower. We know that the Hollow Knight was trained to use a nail, but why was this even necessary? One possible explanation is that the Hollow Knight needed to protect itself in case an intruder tried to kill it. You know, like the player. Or perhaps this was important in the process of containing the Radiance. Unfortunately, the details of that are never fully explained. The Hollow Knight might have somehow focused the Radiance inside itself, but Team Cherry gives us no explanation of how that might have worked. But that still wasn't enough for the Pale King. Additional seals were needed in order to protect the Hollow Knight's physical body while the Radiance was trapped inside of it. To achieve this, the Pale King sought the help of 3 particular bugs, who would later be known as the Dreamers: Lurien the Watcher, Motomon the Teacher, and Hera the Beast. Lurien is definitely the most mysterious of the 3 Dreamers. He lived in the Watcher's Spire in the City of Tears. From there, Lurien watched over the city with his telescope. Lurien was a pretty big fan of the king, so it probably took little convincing for him to lie down for him. Lorien might also be tied to another strange incident that occurred in the City of
We
Tears.
don't need no more seals.
Hidden on some of Lurien's lore tablets are images of jars, the same jars that can be found stockpiled in the Tower of Love. This building sits on the outskirts of the city, and is the setting of one of the most bizarre bosses in the game, the Collector. The Collector is a void construct that appears to have been made from the same mold used to create the King's molds. But the Collector is unique because, well,
Good grief, he's naked!
I'm gonna
the
fuck him.
Collector stayed in the Tower of Love with a noble bug who likely owned the establishment. In the tower, a number of bugs can be found captured in jars, implying that these two were tasked with collecting these creatures. However, the Collector
The
somehow
Collector.
became obsessed
Not
with
the
grubs,
grubs.
creating a map to keep track of grubs it captured in jars, as well as keeping a strange shrine displaying a grub in the style of the Vitruvian Man. Eventually, the bug staying with the Collector decided to lock it inside the Tower of Love, and fled to the Queen's Gardens, where it died, likely due to overexposure to the void.
Oh.
Despite being locked up in the tower, the Collector is still spotted by the Hunter at some point, which either means this only happened recently, or the Hunter has been farting around in Halonest for a long ass time.
Oh.
We have no idea what these creatures were trying to do. It's implied that the Collector was trying to preserve the creatures of Halonest, perhaps trying to protect them from the spread of the infection, but we don't know where the Collector's obsession with grubs originated. And while Lurien does seem connected to all of this, we don't know how involved he was with this operation, or
Wow,
what its
holy
end
shit,
goal
how is
exactly
it-
was.
Genuinely, how have we been watching this for 40 minutes already? I thought it's been 10. This is a very good video. Wow.
Motomon the teacher lived in the teacher's archives, a library built atop a lake of acid in the Fog Canyon.
Mole.
The lower half of her body consists of tentacles, making her a popular subject for
Yeah, I
the
thought
thriving
we've been
Hollow
watching
Knight
for 10
R34
minutes.
community. The archives and the Fog Canyon as a whole are also filled with these strange
That's
Metroid
crazy.
knockoffs. These creatures are likely related to Motomon in some way. They could be her live offspring, her test tube babies, or possibly even her shit. Motomon uses futuristic cathode ray tube things to store information about Halonest.
Yummy Quinley.
Several terminals in the teacher's archive go into detail about the Pale King's plan to defeat the
I need a text
Radiants,
for me to bring home
indicating that
payments.
Motomon had intimate knowledge of what she was taking part in. Finally, the Pale King sought the help of Hera the Beast, the Queen of Deep Nest. Now, as I mentioned earlier, relations between Halonest and Deep Nest were kinda not great. Unlike the other two dreamers, Hera needed to be convinced in order to help the Pale King. Hera would eventually agree to become a dreamer, in exchange for a child. The Pale King agreed, and the two engaged in a dalliance, which is a fancy way of saying they totally boned. The White Lady was okay with this arrangement. In fact, she might have been watching from the closet. The motive behind Hera's request is the Pale King agreed, and the two engaged in a dalliance,
How do
which
I
is
do
a
this?
fancy way of saying they totally boned. The White Lady was okay with this arrangement. In fact, she might have been watching from the closet. The
Okay,
motive behind
sorry,
Hera's
I'm
request is
annoying, I
never
know.
elaborated on,
I'm
but it
very
appears as though the
annoying.
King of Deep Nest was dead at this point. Hera was a common bug, so perhaps she desired the Pale King's pale seed so that her child could be of high birth. The bargain between Hera and the Pale King resulted in the birth of Hornet. She became known as the gendered child because, unlike the Pale King's other children, Hornet was not hollowed out by the abyss.
And she's a
Hera
woman.
and Hornet spent little time together, as Hera had to make good on her end of the bargain. And so the three dreamers were put to rest. Through their actions, a seal was placed over the black egg, prohibiting entrance into the chamber. These dreamers also had their own protection. At the base of Lurien's spire, the Watcher Knights guarded access to their master's body. Motomon's body was
Sha.
protected by a giant jellyfish named Umu.
This fucking bitch.
On top of this, Motomon entrusted her servant Quirrell with a mask which would be
Quirrell!
required to break an additional seal she had placed over herself. So she basically is double wrapping herself. As for Hera, we're not really sure what protected her, since it is never actually seen in-game. We don't know where this creature is hiding, but whoever it is, they really suck at their job. Now there appears to be one more element to the Pale King's plan, involving the Weavers. Hidden away in the Weaver's den is an incomplete seal of binding, woven from silk. This design prominently features the Hollow Knight's head, and can be found in the White Palace, as well as blocking the exit during the Hollow Knight fight. Silk spools created by the Weavers can be found in the Stag Station in Deep Nest, as well as the Stag Station next to the White Palace. These spools can also be found in the Pale King's workshop. We know that the Weavers were closely tied to Hera and Hornet, so their actions might have been a part of the deal between the Pale King and Hera. Once the Hollow Knight was ready, the Radiance was somehow channeled into the vessel, which was then placed inside of a giant black egg located in the Forgotten Crossroads. This egg was built to sustain the Hollow Knight, and itself appears to be fashioned from void. The Hollow Knight was chained up, and the entrance to the black egg was locked behind a powerful seal.
Chat. Do you want me to crack an egg on my head? Why? If I get my dono gold filled? It will not help with the headache in any capacity. However, I feel bad having a dono goal with no reward. So, do you want that? I've done that a lot. Yeah. It's not great.
Created by the Three Dreamers. Initially, this convoluted plan actually worked, and the infection was successfully contained. I cannot stand the
smell of raw egg anymore.
Memorials to the Hollow Knight and the Dreamers were erected in the City of Tears and the Resting Grounds. But this is the part of the story where things get a little bit hazy. By the time these statues were constructed, citizens had taken to writing on parchment woven from spider silk, which was all destroyed when—
I just feel very guilty having a dono goal with no reward at the end of it. And I think that that's fair.
Water started pouring down onto the city. We don't know how long the Hollow Knight was able to completely contain the infection. Bugs from Dirtmouth used to go to the Temple of the Black Egg to pray, saying they felt at peace within the walls. But after a while, they stopped going, perhaps indicating that the infection was beginning to leak out again. The infectious air continued to seep through Halnest for years, eventually even reaching the deepest parts of the kingdom. As it turns out, the Pale King's pure vessel wasn't quite so pure after all. The Hollow Knight had been tarnished by an idea instilled. While the game never explicitly tells us what that idea was, it does hint strongly at what it might be. Hidden away in the White Palace is a memory showing the Hollow Knight and the Pale King sharing a moment. The Hollow Knight might have developed a parental bond to the Pale King.
This hurts.
And who could blame it? The Pale King is a pretty great dad after all. You know, if you ignore the infanticide and everything.
Just like...
Remember those smug mushroom dickheads? Well, it turns out their trust in the Pale King was a complete mistake. That shared mind isn't looking too good now, is it? In the fungal core, the corpse of a giant mushroom lies dormant. Its final thoughts were, "Pale worm, what good to see a demise unavoidable?" This could imply that the Pale King always knew that his kingdom was doomed. All he could do was delay the inevitable. This is likely the moment when Halnest, as it once was, entirely collapsed. The Hollow Knight had not completely stopped the infection, and while it may have taken a while, Halnest was eventually brought low. It's at this point that characters and areas begin to resemble as we know them in-game. When it became clear that the Hollow Knight was not able to contain the Radiance, the Pale King resorted to his final plan. He fucked off, hiding himself, his White Palace, and his Pale Court in the Dream World.
Bitch.
At this point, all of the furniture in the palace was covered under white sheets, similar to how people in the real world cover their furniture while away on long trips.
Do they?
The palace was also completely covered with thorns and buzzsaws, similar to how people in the real world cover their houses with thorns and buzzsaws.
I've done that before!
The Pale King would eventually pass away while sitting on his throne in the White Palace. There's no confirmation on what killed him, but there are a few things to consider. The throne room is incredibly dark compared to the rest of the palace, and the particle effects and ambient track in this room are identical to that of the Abyss. All of the king's molds surrounding the Pale King are dead. The ancient basin itself also has become stained with the presence of void, as it can be seen as high as the rundown elevator shaft leading back to the city. Remember that bug that was sealed away in the Abyss to make sure the lighthouse wasn't turned off? Well, the lighthouse was turned off.
It was.
I guess that whole living
on.
with purpose thing is a crock of shit after all. It seems as though the Sea of Void itself actually convinced this bug to betray his king and turn off the lighthouse. Now I know what you're thinking. Exactly how conscious is the Void? Is the Void able to think for itself? Can it form strategies? Does it host a podcast? Well, according to this Chozo statue ripoff, the Void is powerful, but not unified. So while it can thrash around at things that come near it, or call out in unison to turn off a light, it's not a single conscious being. Getting back to the Pale King, one could argue that the Void might have played a role in his ultimate demise, and I've argued that viewpoint in the past, but we have to remember that there isn't enough evidence to know for sure. As an expert lawyer and a good friend of mine, Johnny Cochran, once said, "Any evidence that the Void was involved in the Pale King's death is circumstantial. My name is Johnny Cochran." Just above the White Palace, the bugs in the City of Tears weren't faring much better. Even if we ignore the fact that the infection was still around, there were other issues that helped lead to the city's downfall. Due to the gates being sealed, some bugs resorted to cannibalism in order to avoid starvation. And there's also that metric fuckton of corpses lining the walls of the Soul Sanctum. When all was said and done, the only citizen left standing is Eternal Emelita, who just laughs her ass off about it like she's a fucking Dark Souls character. The White Lady ends up in a cocoon deep within the Queen's gardens. She decided to place bindings on herself in order to keep her from spreading her seed. She claims that this is because of the shame she feels in helping the Pale King create the vessels, but honestly, it's probably just her kink. The White Lady also diminished her power, possibly as a way to keep herself hidden from unwanted visitors. Outside her cocoon, Drya stood guard, protecting her queen from the violent traitor mantises. Drya is eventually killed off by these bugs, which is actually pretty pathetic if you think about it. I mean, we're talking like the Netgear WPN824N N150
I don't understand what's going on!
Pathetic. Speaking of great knights dying pathetically, let's move on to Hagemul. Hagemul held the city crest, a key used to open one of the gates to the City of Tears. At some point, Hagemul's armor shell was stolen by a maggot.
I don't think you can
Now,
say that
maggots were generally looked down upon and forced to do menial labor. They were incredibly weak, and basically deserved all of the discrimination they got. But this one maggot decided to turn the tide, so he stole Hagemul's shell so that he could defend his downtrodden brothers. His actions weren't motivated by the infection, but instead was the result of how hierarchical caste systems will always lead to revolution from the working class, and that true freedom can only be achieved blah blah blah, capitalism is bad, subscribe to my Patreon.
Okay.
Ogre moved to the Royal Waterways and started living in shit, changing his name to Dung Defender. Now I love wallowing in shit as much as the next guy, but you'd have to really love shit to put up with living with the flukes. The Dung Defender kept an unwavering sense of duty and loyalty to the king, and love for his fellow knights. So much so that he made shit statues of them. How nice. Ogrim acted as the defender of the pipeways, as well as Isma's Grove. A section of the Royal Waterways became filled with acid, and in the middle of it all rests Isma's corpse, which has been overcome by plant life. Isma is likely the one responsible for this acid blight, but we have no idea what happened to her. Hornet's whereabouts during this time are fairly mysterious. We know that she departed Deep Nest and didn't return until the events of the game. At some point, she took to guarding Halnest from intruding warriors, as well as the cast-off shell in the Kingdom's Edge. Despite the Kingdom's woes at large, fortunately this fate did not befall one of the fandom's favorite characters. The Menderbugs continued to fix the broken signs and wayposts of Halnest. From a diary entry, we can see that one Menderbug in particular had found himself on the precipice of a long and loving relationship.
Hello again, diary. Not long now until the next Minder Bash. For us stealthy types, we're a riotous bunch when we get together, and Minderberry kept flashing me that smile. It might be time to muster my courage and act on it. I love my home and my life, but sharing it with another? Why, that'd be the berry on top.
Greenpath also underwent some changes during this time. The Mosskin were waiting for Un's call, which would bring them back into the dream they were originally born from. But for some reason, Un's strength deteriorated. We don't know why this happened exactly. Was it due to the White Lady claiming part of her kingdom? Was it somehow due to the infection? Some Mosskin believe that Un went into hiding, but it appears as though Un is, in fact, calling to her children. But many of the Mosskin are unable to hear her call. Instead, many Mosskin seem to have taken the Radiance's infection into their leaves, which might explain why Greenpath became overgrown with vegetation despite Un's deteriorating powers. Mossy vagabonds even openly chose to forsake Un and worship the Radiance. Another tribe to be screwed over by the Radiance is the Hive, which fell to the infection after the death of their leader, Hive Queen Vespa. But it appears as though this had little effect on their civilization. The Radiance's hive mind was already familiar to the bees, since the hive probably operated under something similar already. So in other words, the hive probably made out the best in this whole situation. Let's turn our attention back to the moths. After all, it's their god that keeps killing everybody. Well, the moth tribe didn't fare too well actually, as pretty much the entire tribe died out. The only known survivor is the seer. Despite the loss of her tribe, the seer continued to tend to the graves in the resting grounds, while also waiting the arrival of the wielder, a mysterious being that her tribe has dreamt of for a while. In the kingdom's edge, the land became covered in ash molting off of the worm's decomposing corpse. The Colosseum of Fools continued to thrive. The Lord Fool passed away at some point, but nobody really seems to notice or even care. The fools inside the Colosseum were infected, but still seem to have maintained control over themselves. It seems possible that these bugs took in the infection willingly, similar to the Traitor Lord and his followers. This would have given them an edge in combat, similar to using steroids, but without the whole shrinking testicles thing.
Whoa.
However, even the Traitor Lord and his followers went mad, so what makes these fools any more special? As for the Pale King's champion, the Pale Lurker, well, she just went the normal kind of insane. There appears to have been another unforeseen event with the Pale King's plan. When the Hollow Knight was originally chosen, the door to the Abyss was sealed, trapping the discarded vessels within. But apparently, some vessels didn't get the memo. Vessel corpses can be found littered throughout the kingdom. There's one in the Ancient Basin, one in Greenpath, and several trapped in Nosk's lair in Deep Nest. Another vessel that escaped from the Abyss is the player character, the Knight. The exact details on how the vessels escaped the Abyss is unclear. There are indications that they might have slipped into Deep Nest through some old passageway, given void influences in part of the area, and all the corpses found in Nosk's lair. At some point, all entrances to Hollow Nest were closed off, with the old well in Dirtmouth being the only way to sneak back in. Despite this, several people have wormed their way into the kingdom, with few ever returning. Characters like Relic Seeker Lem seemed content to just pillage artifacts from the ruined kingdom, but other bugs seemed interested in something greater. In the Howling Cliffs rests the corpse of a member of the Grim Troop. The task of this bug appears to have been to seek out Hallownest, so that the troop might be summoned to the kingdom in the future. The Grim Troop are basically a group of bugs that serve a higher being known as the Nightmare Heart.
Ooh.
The troop keeps the heart alive by feeding on the nightmares of fallen kingdoms. This process also involves sacrificing the troop master to his own child because, hey, look at this cool ass boss battle. Another important group that traveled to Hallownest are the God Seekers. After being abandoned by their old gods, the gods of thunder and the gods of rain, these bugs left their home in the land of storms, seeking out a new god to worship. The God Seekers looked to gods to save them from their own silent mind. While traveling through the wastelands, the God Seekers constructed devices called God Tuners, which helped them seek out new gods.
Where?
Through this device, they were able to detect the lingering power of the Pale King and find their way to Hallownest. When they arrived, however, the God Seeker was forced into hibernation.
Oh.
She was encased in a strange sarcophagus-like cocoon, which was itself chained up with a lock. It's not clear how this forced hibernation worked, seeing as the cocoon appears to have been made by the God Seeker herself. As for who put the cocoon in chains, I think the most likely candidate is the Dung Defender, considering how the God Seeker's cocoon is found in the junk pit in the waterways, an area the Dung Defender has tasked himself with protecting. This was the general picture of Hallownest after the Hollow Knight was sealed inside the Temple of the Black Egg. The kingdom was stuck in a kind of stasis, with the Pale King civilization destroyed and the Radiance unable to break free from her chains. The Pale King was rebelling against nature, trying to keep his work standing indefinitely. The stasis over Hallownest held for an age. How long is that exactly? Well, we have no idea.
Nope.
As I'm sure you've noticed, there really isn't a timeline for anything that happens in this game. We also have no idea how long any of these bugs can actually live. Elderbug wasn't around to see the stagways open, but we know several other characters were, implying that Elderbug is probably one of the youngest characters in the whole game.
Ironic.
But this stasis over Hallownest wasn't going to last forever. At some point, the Radiance erupted out of the Hollow Knight, cracking its shell and releasing a loud and powerful roar. The amount of infection leaking out of the Hollow Knight became even greater. The many corpses that lined the roads and cities of the kingdom sprang to life with the amplified power of the infection. This strengthened infection prompted the departure of the Weavers back to their old home. Now this old home might actually be Farloom, the kingdom in which Hollow Knight Silksong takes place. But the amount of knowledge we have about Silksong right now is pathetic, so I'm not saying that's confirmed or anything.
Well, not anymore.
This is also around the time that Quirrell arrives back in Hallownest. His memory of Motomon appears to have been clouded due to his time outside of Hallownest. These events are depicted in the Quirrell prequel comic, which also shows an image of the Hollow Knight with a pre-cracked shell. This could mean that Quirrell's arrival happens roughly the same time the Hollow Knight's shell cracks. At around the same time Quirrell arrives in Hallownest, we also see the arrival of the player character, who is commonly referred to as the Knight. The Knight was one of the lucky vessels that was able to make its way out of the abyss. Somehow the Knight ended up venturing beyond Hallownest and into the wilds beyond. It's implied that the Knight was called to Hallownest by either the sealed Hollow Knight or the Radiance within. Regardless, once the Knight shows up and yeets itself off this cliff, the actual game of Hollow Knight finally begins. Now, there's a lot of details we could get into. Hallownest is full of NPCs and bosses, each with their own stories to tell. But to be honest, I don't think we need to go through all of them, since their stories are relatively straightforward. For example, let's look at the Brooding Moloch. So why is the Brooding Moloch brooding? Because all its friends are dead. And there you go, that's the lore for the Brooding Moloch. Also, it's the only character in the game with a visible asshole. Now, did you really need me to explain that to you? Probably not. So instead, I'm just going to talk about the interactions relating to Hollow Knight's main story. The Knight is eventually noticed by Hornet, who lures it deep into Greenpath. There, Hornet attempts to kill the Knight, claiming that she knows what it would try to do. At this point, Hornet views the Knight as being too weak. After the fight, Hornet can be found in the City of Tears, next to the statue of the Hollow Knight.
Hi, Link.
Hornet mentions that the Knight has gained a resilience due to the time it spent in the void beyond Hallownest. This could be referring to the fact that some of those who leave Hallownest lose their memories, meaning the Knight would have no memories of its own tragic conception. Hornet tells the Knight that if it seeks to continue the stasis that keeps Hallownest standing, it must seek the Graven Ash, which is referring to the Kingdom's Edge. At this moment, Hornet sees the Knight as a possible replacement for the Hollow Knight. Basically, the Knight could break the seals that keep the Hollow Knight locked away, defeat the Hollow Knight, and contain the infection itself. It's at this point that I should mention that Hollow Knight actually has 5 different endings, because of course it would. I'm going to be explaining each of these endings in this video, as they each give us a different glimpse into the mechanics of Hollow Knight's world. Now, to get the easiest ending to Hollow Knight, Hornet's instructions to go to the Kingdom's Edge can be ignored completely. If the Knight stumbles upon the resting grounds, the 3 dreamers will appear and cast the Knight into the Dream Realm. There, Seer will come to the Knight's rescue and grant it the Dream Nail, a special blade that can tear the veil between the real world and the dream world. With the Dream Nail, the Knight can venture to the resting places of the 3 dreamers, curb stomp their asses, and unlock the entrance to the Black Egg. Inside the egg, the Knight finds the Hollow Knight chained up, silently watching over it. Once the chains are broken, the Hollow Knight screams with that familiar Radiance roar and pursues the Knight. As the fight progresses, the Hollow Knight starts trying to kill itself, Quirrell style. But then the Radiance starts using the Hollow Knight's body to perform her own attacks. Once defeated, the Hollow Knight begins to spew infection all over the place. The Knight can then focus the infection into itself. This results in the first ending of the game, called Hollow Knight. In this ending, the Knight usurps the Hollow Knight, prolonging the stasis over Hallownest. New chains and bindings appear out of fuck if I know, and contain the Knight, and a new seal is placed over the entrance to the Black Egg. Now there is one giant question looming over this ending. Can the Knight actually contain the infection indefinitely, or will the Radiant still manage to break free one day? Before we answer this question, let's look at some of the other events that can transpire while playing the game. If the player chooses to go to Kingdom's Edge, Hornet will challenge the Knight one last time as a final test of strength. After her defeat, Hornet allows the Knight to access the cast-off shell, where the Pale King was originally hatched. By interacting with this egg, the Knight's shell is marked with the King's brand, technically making the Knight the new ruler of Hallownest. With the King's brand, the Knight can now open the entrance to the Abyss and discover the place of its birth. When leaving the Abyss, the Knight can encounter Hornet again, where for the first time, Hornet suggests that there are actually two outcomes the Knight can enact. She tells the Knight that it can either prolong Hallownest stasis, or face the heart of the Kingdom's infection. Within the Knight, Hornet sees a chance for change. Instead of just replacing the Hollow Knight, Hornet believes that it may be possible to get rid of the infection completely by using the void inside of the Knight. After visiting the Abyss and obtaining the Shade Cloak, the Knight is capable of reaching the White Lady, hidden away in the Queen's Gardens. The White Lady tells the Knight that she has been awaiting a vessel to accept a gift, that gift being one half of a charm called the King's Soul, which she claims will give the Knight more power. The White Lady goes on to explain that she can feel the weakening of the Hollow Knight within her roots. She tells the Knight that it is free of the blemishes that made the Hollow Knight a flawed vessel. From this dialogue, it is implied that the Knight truly is a pure vessel, capable of containing the Radiant successfully. But it's not quite that simple, so we're going to have to dig a bit deeper into this. Basically, we're going to need to answer a simple question. What exactly does it mean to be a Hollow Knight? Despite the White Lady's words, we have a number of instances where the characters and item descriptions mention that the Knight has a will, and maybe even a mind. But from the Pale King's dialogue when describing the Hollow Knight, it is stated that a pure vessel has no mind or will. So is the White Lady wrong? Or maybe even lying? Her eyes have been clouded by time, and she can be tricked into thinking that Ogrim is in the room when the Knight is wearing the Defender's Crest charm. She also thinks that Dryia is still alive, which, So maybe the White Lady is just senile. My problem with that theory is that the White Lady states that the vessels stand out to her clearly in a misted world, due to them being her spawn. She also questions whether or not the Knight sought her aid, which would imply that the Knight must have some kind of will. So for whatever reason, the White Lady thinks the Knight is still capable of containing the Radiance, even if it's still able to make decisions. After all, the Hollow Knight was considered pure, but they still taught it how to wield a fucking sword. I mean, if the Knight were truly and completely hollow in a literal sense, it probably shouldn't even be able to walk, or draw a map, or open a goddamn bank account. In short, this whole concept of being hollow is so abstract and hard to define, I don't really feel comfortable giving a solid answer on whether or not the Knight is or isn't truly hollow, and I think the game leaves room open for other interpretations. Of course, the White Lady's gift is useless without the other half of the King's Soul. In order to reach it, however, the Knight must travel to the White Palace, locked inside the body of a King's Mold. In order to bypass the seal, the Knight must use a fully awakened Dream Nail. It can do this by bringing 1800 essence to the Seer, allowing her to sharpen the weapon's blade.
Fuck that shit.
If the Knight does this, the Seer remarks that the Knight truly is the wielder that her tribe has been dreaming of. There's no explicit reason why the Moth tribe was dreaming about this supposed wielder so much, but it seems like they believe the wielder would wash away the crimes the Moth tribe committed by turning their backs on the Radiance. The Seer seems to know that the Knight might kill the Radiance, and she seems accepting of it, ready for her and her tribe to disappear and be forgotten forever. With the awoken Dream Nail in hand, the Knight can travel to the Pale King's refuge and locate the other half of the King's Soul charm. When equipped, the King's Soul provides a never-ending supply of soul, making it almost useful if it weren't for the insanely high cost of the charm, and the painfully slow rate at which it increases, and the fact that the charm will get replaced in about 5 minutes after you get it. The King's Soul charm itself symbolizes the union between two higher beings. To me, this implies that the King's Soul is a representation of a vessel, which also was created by the union of two higher beings. With the King's Soul in their inventory, the Knight now gains access to an area in the Abyss called the Birthplace. In this massive pile of vessel shells, the Knight can find a giant egg, Dream nailing the egg allows the knight to access its own memory when it was cast down into the abyss. From viewing that memory, the King Soul charm is replaced with the Void Heart charm. The recollection of this event allows the knight to come to terms with the void inside itself. Once the knight has the Void Heart, the shades in the abyss no longer attack it, and that strange creature that gives the knight the Shade Cloak calls it the Lord of Shades.
Ooh.
In other words, the knight has now bound the once fragmented void under its own will, allowing it to control the void in a powerful new way. With the union of the void, the Pale King, and the White Lady, the knight has gained a strength before unseen. It is with this charm that 2 additional endings become unlocked. Hornet will now be standing outside of the Black Egg,
Christ.
offering to help the knight
Salutations,
should the
boy.
opportunity arrive. Midway through the fight with the Hollow Knight, Hornet rushes into battle, subduing the Hollow Knight and piercing its shell. It's at this
Whoa.
point that the knight is given the perfect opportunity to enter into the mind of its sibling, fighting the source of the infection head on, and finally putting an end to the Radiance's tyranny.
Wow.
Or it can just stand there and let Hornet get knocked unconscious. If the knight finishes off the Hollow Knight as usual, the sealed sibling ending occurs. Basically, it's the same as the Hollow Knight ending, but now Hornet is in the room too, and her
Oh.
face appears on the door of the Black Egg.
Oh.
It's not clear what exactly this means for Hallownest. This might imply that Hornet is now a dreamer, but she's inside the temple, meaning that no one can actually get in there to kill her should the knight ever start leaking
Oh.
infection. At the same time, Hornet mentions that the bindings of the Black Egg would drain her, so she's probably just going to die anyway, right? Generally, people
Damn.
consider this to be one of the worst endings, but it's worth pointing out that Team Cherry doesn't support any one ending as being the true ending.
Are you fucking kidding me? I am never listening to Twitch chat again.
Each ending is canonical in its own right, and honestly, this ending isn't the worst. At least the Knight and Hornet will get to spend some quality time together. If the Knight does dream nail the Hollow Knight, it will be taken to an arena where it can finally fight the Radiance head on. But the Knight isn't alone, as the other shades from the Abyss will appear in order to help corner the Radiance.
Aww.
Eventually the Radiance gets trapped in the tendrils of the Void. The Knight bitch slaps her a couple times,
Ooh.
and then the Radiance is consumed into the darkness. The Black Egg then appears to turn to shadows and the Void seeps down into the ground. Hornet awakens to find the Knight's broken shell lying on the floor. We get one final shot of the shades in the Abyss going to rest, and the game is over. This ending is called the Dream No More ending. The Radiance is gone, and Hallownest is finally free from her infection. Now I think it's fair to ask a few questions about how the Dream No More ending comes about. When the Hollow Knight was initially chosen to become the pure vessel, the Abyss was sealed up and the rest of the vessels were left to rot away. But somehow vessels ended up outside of the Abyss, and then one of those vessels was used to replace the Hollow Knight. Exactly how much of this operation was planned, if at all? The White Lady was waiting for a vessel. Did she have any communication with Hornet? Hornet was guarding the King's Brand, the only
Oh,
way for a
yay.
vessel to enter the Abyss. How did she know it was necessary to guard the King's Brand from weaker vessels? Hell, if the vessels did escape the Abyss by themselves, wouldn't it be pointless to guard the King's Brand, since the vessels could just creep back into the Abyss the same way?
My head hurt.
I'm not going to provide any good answers to these questions, because God forbid I answer anything in this entire video. But I do want to point out that no plans to actually produce the Dream No More ending are explicitly stated in-game. So we can only speculate
Hi,
as to
Tinko,
whether or
welcome
not
back.
the White Lady or Hornet, or maybe even the Pale King, knew that they could defeat the Radiance by creating a Lord of Shades like the Knight. Regardless, the next 2 endings were definitely not planned. In fact, the last 2 endings that were added in the Godmaster update almost feel out of place. The Godseekers basically hijack everything to the point where you don't even have to enter the Temple of the Black Egg to beat the game. That's like beating Mario Bros without ever seeing
Mario.
Bowser. But on the other hand, the Godmaster endings basically reinforce that Hallownest does not exist in a vacuum, which can help the world of Hollow Knight feel more real, because what else is reality but just a bunch of random chaotic stuff happening all the time? If the Knight finds the Godseeker in the Junk Pit, it will be able to enter her mind and refight all the bosses in the game. This is part of the Godseeker's ritual. They basically attune to the resonance of gods through ritual combat. This allows them to ascend their minds higher, and eventually, through the use of godly focus, achieve communication with the god sleeping in Hallownest's heart, the Radiance. Now I know what you're thinking. That's a pretty convoluted little religious practice they have going on here. What's next? Are they going to start measuring the Knight's Theon levels? It's pretty complicated, but the point is, these Godseekers have some serious capabilities to fuck things up in Hallownest, as we're about to see. As the Knight makes it further and further through the 4 Pantheons, the Godseekers get closer and closer to making contact with the Radiance, locked away inside the Hollow Knight.
You don't want to do that one.
At the end of the 4th Pantheon, the Radiance makes herself aware in this strange reunion cutscene between the vessels. But she isn't the only one to make an appearance. The Void itself appears to go on the attack, rising up to meet the Radiance's call. It's at this point that the final challenge, the Pantheon of Hallownest, becomes available. The Godseeker finally acknowledges the Knight as being more than just a simple cringer, and they begin to watch the Knight more intently. After defeating like a bazillion bosses in the final Pantheon, the Knight finally comes face to face with the Absolute Radiance, a stronger, more enhanced version of the game's final boss. Finally, the stage is set. After roughly 40 minutes of intense agony and tedious boss battles, the Knight has finally reached the ultimate enemy, responsible for the destruction of Hallownest. Truly, this will be a battle for the ages. But first, let's check in on our old pal Menderbug. As it turns out, he's still alive when the Knight arrives in Hallownest, and he's still fulfilling his duty after all this time. Let's take one last look at his diary.
My lovely diary. Someone's gone and broke my favorite sign, right there at the top of the crossroads. It keeps happening too. But you know, I just can't get mad about it. I should be thanking them, really. More chances to fix that beautiful, complex sign. And I've stocked up on spare parts, so I've no fear it'll ever stay broken for long.
Unfortunately, the only way to ever read the Menderbug's diary is to kill him in cold blood. I'm not sure why Team Cherry thought this was necessary, but the general consensus on Reddit is that they are bloodthirsty warmongers, so it checks out. But at least Menderbug's last moments will be spent fixing one of his favorite signs in the Forgotten Crossroads. It's comforting to think that his final seconds of consciousness were spent in total bliss, before we sent him hurtling into the infinite chasm that is Oblivion.
What?
Well, anyways. The alternate fight between the Knight and the Radiance plays out differently than in the vanilla ending. This time around, the Knight is not accompanied by any shades. Instead, after defeating the Radiance, the Knight seems to transform into this monstrosity. Now this creature goes by many names. The God of Gods, the Lord Shade, the Devourer, the Void Entity. But I don't really like any of those, so I will just call him Bill. Bill proceeds to completely annihilate the Radiance in spectacular fashion. We are then treated to the Embrace the Void ending. Bill comes back down from the sky, dropping into the rest of Godhome. The Godseeker starts to get pulled into Bill by Void tendrils. We then cut to the Godseeker in the jump pit. Void starts leaking out of her eyes, and it appears as though Bill is making an escape back into the real world, which is probably a bad thing? Finally, we see Hornet standing outside of the Black Egg as the infection begins to disappear from nearby vines. Hornet hears footsteps coming from inside the Black Egg as the Hollow Knight reveals itself to her and the two prepare for combat. So from this cutscene, we can see that the Radiance's death in Godhome actually did kill her for real, meaning that the infection over Hallownest is now gone. This means the seals inside of the Black Egg probably wore off, allowing the Hollow Knight to escape its prison. In other words, the Embrace the Void ending is a goddamn cliffhanger, and we have no idea how Team Cherry plans to follow this up. The Hollow Knight is running loose in Hallownest, and the Knight has transformed into a raging void monster that might try to destroy the entire kingdom, or at least what's left of it. What's even more strange about this ending is that the announced sequel, Hollow Knight Silksong, doesn't seem to be related to this ending at all, but that's a whole different shit show. Obviously, the biggest mystery surrounding this ending is the appearance of Bill. Did this creature exist in the void already? Or was it somehow willed into existence by the power of the Godseekers? Did the Knight turn into this thing, or did it just become a part of it? Examining a statue of this creature and other forms of the Knight grant the player a Hunter's Journal entry for an ancient artifact called the Void Idol, which might imply this creature might have been worshipped by the ancient civilization. But again, that's pure speculation.
That's just a theory.
We don't know what this worship of Void exactly looked like. Maybe the Void they worship took the form of something more sinister. There is one thing we know about this monster though. It's weak to flowers.
Oh.
Yes, these things.
Oh.
As it turns out, those delicate flowers that
feel
Zamir
very
has
bored up.
stockpiled up her ass are actually useful for something.
Wow.
They contain a strange power that even deters the White Lady from touching one.
Wow.
The Godseeker,
Hello,
however,
Copyrighted.
is dumb enough to accept a flower from the night. If the player does this, instead of Void being released out into the world, this flower pulls a no you, and the Godseeker and Void disappear
Ooh.
into thin air. The flower itself is described as giving off a pale light, which appears to connect it to the pale beings. Like I said before, pale beings appear to be some form of top-tier gods. As of right now, we are only aware of two, the Pale King and the White Lady, but the fact that Zamir brought these pale flowers from a faraway land implies that there
I'm
are
not
definitely more of them
pregnant.
out there. Another
I
small hint of
confirmed
the
it with a
existence of pale
test.
beings are the pale ore
I
items
keyed on a
that can be
stick and
found
it said
all over
not
Hallownest.
pregnant.
Did these come from the Pale King, or possibly some other pale being? And what exactly are they? Are they poop? In general, the Godmaster endings appear to be doing a lot of setup for future Hollow Knight content.
Yeah, what Tinkle
Like I said
said.
before, Hollow Knight Silksong doesn't seem to connect to these events on the surface, so we are in a bit of a bind when trying to discuss what these endings actually mean for the greater narrative Team Cherry is building. There's definitely a lot more to consider about what the Pale Beings are and what properties they possess. And we also have plenty of questions surrounding the Void and how bugs have interacted with it in the past. It almost feels like we are looking through a keyhole, trying to grasp onto the totality of Team Cherry's creation. How powerful are creatures like Bill and the worms? Where did things like the Void even come from to begin with? How much bigger is the world beyond Hallownest? Is Bardoon into butt stuff? But of course, that's the appeal of a game like Hollow Knight. Having all of the answers to every question would just ruin the mystery of the world. Plus, if we didn't have questions like this to waste our time on, then what else would we be doing with our lives? Go outside? Ugh.
I just woke up from a dream that you were upset at me, so I let you wax my eyebrows and then you were so happy. Okay. First off, I'm not mad at you. And if I was mad at you, I would tell you. Second off, why the fuck did I wax your eyebrows?
And so this
I have
video
no-
comes to an end.
I do not want to
Now
wax
I
your
know the average
eyebrows.
attention span of a YouTube viewer is 9 minutes. So let me leave you with a few takeaways. 1. Hollow
One.
Knight is a game about bugs. I know this may come as a shock, but it's true. Watch the video again, and this time, pay attention. You'll notice right away, I promise. 2. Murdering your own babies might not be such a good idea after all.
Abortion!
I mean, this is obviously just my interpretation of the game's lore. Other people might have different views on the subject of murdering babies, and every opinion is valid, so I don't want to step on anyone's toes or anything. 3. Menderbug is fucking dead. 4. Nothing is certain. This video probably has a few flaws in it. Trying to construct a cohesive narrative with the information found in Hollow Knight isn't exactly straightforward. I'm sure my views will change. Explore the lore yourself. 5. And this last point is fairly obvious, but I should mention it anyway. Cory in the House is the best anime.
Yeah, it's a party every week, baby. That's right, I'm in the house. Shake it up and change it. Shake it up. Take it all and rearrange it. Just a little bit. New plan on the same.
Wait, am I buffering? Oh no. Why am I buffering? Well... Why am I buffering? Why are we buffering? That's not good. I'm sorry. I don't know why I'm buffering. Is it normal now? Are we back to normal? Hello? How are we doing? Uh-oh. 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 Buffering isn't your fault, Queen. I'm sitting through all of it. Okay. Initially, it was a Kickstarter stretch goal to add a second playable character, basically DLC, and so they were like, yeah, no, we're having so much fun, we're gonna make a whole new game. Yay! That's so fun. Speaking of a Kickstarter goal... I have no Kickstarter goals for this. I will be healthier. Is that a good enough reason? I hope so, because I feel bad about it. The caption saying weep shit for an American show is so epic. No, Chloe in the house is an anime. You are a lot? Are we buffering still? Well, I'm gonna end the stream anyway. Oh yeah, okay, Twitch is being weird. Oh, Twitch is oh. It's just Twitch. It is okay. It is not anyone's fault except Twitch. Oh. 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 It's very weird. Maybe Twitch is getting... I have no idea. I am very sorry. I don't know what to do. Only one buffer since swapping scenes? Oh! Are we free from lag here? I don't know. Are you? Hello? Hello? Meow. Yes? Oh, yay. Hello, Jord. Hello. I'm sorry about that. I know it's not my fault, but I'm very sorry still. I hope you guys enjoyed. Do you have any questions? I don't think so. I think I figured. I think we watched it. I think I understand. I do not know when I'm gonna play Silk Song, to be honest. Because I think I want a little break, but maybe I'll do it. A healthy snoozy is a happy snoozy. Support your Oshi today, please. Only if you want to. I understand that there is the economy. I understand the economy. So don't be too stressed. I also don't really have a goal or anything. Like, I don't have a reward. No, I'm definitely gonna try to play Silk Song next. I think I'm done with Hollow Knight. Yeah, you're behind by a lot. It's okay. Because it buffered. You can probably just refresh to fix it, maybe. I don't know. But yeah. I am happy. Carrot ASMR. You know what? Yeah. If you want, I will pretend to be Uma Musume and I will give Carrot ASMR. I will do a Carrot ASMR video if we hit my goal. I will pretend to be a horse girl and I will eat carrots and I'll go... How do they go? How do you make horse noises? How do you make horse noises? I don't know how to make horse noise. I don't know how to do that. Wait. Wait. Horse noises.